a new generation of operatives would be born of it.
These audio logs harken back to the research done during MKUltra and its real-life predecessor, Project Artichoke, building up for what may be one of the most unique and surreal levels in the entirety of the Call of Duty franchise.
No one will know this took place. You may not even remember much yourself.
At the start of the Emergence mission, you fall deep into an underground research facility run by a shadowy government agency known as Advanced Technologies and Applications. Everything about this level cranks the horror dial up to 11. And the game immediately shifts from its modern military roots to something more akin to BioShock than Battlefield. The ATA facility is full of mysterious and unsettling Illuminati imagery, like the Eye of Providence, which we've all seen on things before, like Renaissance paintings depicting Jesus Christ, the backside of a dollar bill, and Freemason iconography. It's used here to represent one of the most common depictions of the Eye of Providence, the Illuminati. While numerous stations in MKUltra have existed at one time, the Eye of Providence, better known as the All-Seeing Eye, has been associated with the age-old conspiracy theory of a shadowy, one-world government that calls the shots with complete jurisdiction and no ethical boundaries. By allowing players to explore the abandoned ATA facility to discover its secrets, we get to learn more about the CIA's ties with the characters in Black Ops, and how no matter what they do, there's really not much they can do to stop the government from carrying out these experiments on people for the sake of mind control. Emergence raises the bar for Call of Duty's horror storytelling sections by removing the player's usual weapon loadout in favor of an axe, and introducing multiple zombie jump scares in the game that has been relatively grounded up until this point. Black Ops 6 is able to lean heavily into the dark and mysterious world of Black Operations, and the more fantastical side of things with Illuminati imagery and even more references to Project MKUltra.
After treating us with the cradle, they tried to mold us into the perfect soldier. They planned to break down walls of mind and body.
The series' strategic use of horror and its ability to highlight some of the US intelligence community's darkest moments has not only made the Black Ops games stand out in a sea of modern, advanced, and infinite warfare, but also elevated their capacity to tell a thought-provoking and at times terrifying story about the real things that go bump in the night. While they may only dive into traditional horror for a few brief moments in each game's campaign, the effectiveness and unsettling nature of each mission, along with many other explorations of disturbing topics, have proven time and time again that the Black Ops series' use of horror has contributed to some of the best campaigns in Call of Duty and modern military shooters ever.
Whether you adored 2013 indie darling Contrast or were disappointed by 2016's We Happy Few, it's hard to argue that developer Compulsion Games doesn't swing for the fences and try new things. After spending a day with the team taking a closer look at South of Midnight, it's clear that innovation streak hasn't slowed down one bit, and I went from mild curiosity to full-blown hype for this unique action-adventure game. Though I didn't see anything that blew my socks off in terms of gameplay, it stood out in just about every other way, especially with its striking setting, curious stop-motion animation, and stellar original soundtrack. That all left me eager to see more and play it for myself.
You mean to tell me your mama never told you stories about critters and weavers? Oh, you're lucky I come along.
A quick disclaimer before we get started. I wasn't provided footage of the hands-off demo shown at Compulsion Games' office, and so won't be able to show you all the things I saw. Instead, I'll be relying on existing, publicly available sources, and you'll just need to fill in the blanks.
Shaking bones. Been a while.
South of Midnight is set in a part of the world we don't see too often in games, the American Deep South. It isn't just a backdrop for you to fight monsters, but rather the entire premise on which the adventure sits, with characters, folklore, and mythical creatures all drawn from real-world places and stories. During a hands-off demo, I saw flooded wetlands after a recent storm, mosquito-riddled swamps, and ostentatious antebellum manors, each infused with elements of fantasy I'd not seen anywhere else. These exotic places fit nicely with an equally unusual art style style that emulates stop-motion animation, yet another rarity in games, and one that would be sure to fog up Guillermo del Toro's glasses. The whole thing looks like it was ripped from the pages of a children's storybook, which I really dug. It definitely took some getting used to at first, as the jerky movement might easily be mistaken for frame rate wonkiness to the untrained eye, but it also adds to the otherworldly fantasy charm that South of Midnight oozes. It can sometimes be pretty difficult to understand how exactly a game will feel to play during a hands-off demo, but in the case of South of Midnight, touching a controller wasn't necessary to recognize its best quality, its music. Each level has you facing off against a cryptid from Deep South folklore as Southern-inspired blues and jazz intensifies, and the lyrics help tell the story of whatever beast you're tracking down. In the case of this demo, it was an enormous alligator called Two-Toed Tom, based on an actual legendary creature.
That's Two-Toed Tom. Big gator.
At first, the music started slow with a slick bass line and a choir whispering, "Two-Toed Tom." But by the time we unraveled the mystery of the mythical gator and progressed to the final confrontation, the chorus reached a fevered pitch, the words of which told the tale of poor old Tom. All of these components, the setting, art, and music, set South of Midnight apart in a major way, and made me extremely excited to get my hands on it. The flip side of that is that what I saw of gameplay offered far less originality. Combat looked like a pretty by-the-numbers system of dodging, striking, and finishing moves that are quite well trodden, and exploration relied on double jumping, mid-air dashing, and grappling to distant locations that are pretty standard stuff. The boss fight against Two-Toed Tom, for example, was a very repetitive process of leaping over telegraphed attacks and wailing on the gator when he presented obvious opportunity to do so. Compulsion Games says that while they expect gameplay to be engaging, it isn't nearly as much of a focus as the story, music, and other elements they've clearly put the lion's share of work into. Instead, they're keeping levels relatively short for a 10-ish hour story and putting all of their chips into South of Midnight's exceptional presentation and world building. And so far, I'm convinced they just might pull it off. After all, even without playing it myself, it's made a great impression on me. Here's hoping it delivers when we finally get to play it next year.
I'll pick you up yonder after to go find your mom.
As 2024 comes to a close, there is one question on everyone's mind. What is the game of the year? At IGN, we take this award very seriously. And this year, you're invited to join in on the debate. The payoff to our Game of the Year watch begins on the week of December 16th with our podcast, Nintendo Voice Chat.
Hey, what's up, Super Ninfrendos?
Beyond.
I could see you wielding a Buster Sword.
And Unlocked.
What'd you think after playing it?
Where we'll deliberate and bicker about each console's Game of the Year. It all culminates with the reveal of the big winner on December 20th on our special episode of Game Scoop.
It's been a great year for games already so far. Lots of great games.
Log on and join us in celebrating this year's Best in Gaming. Only on IGN.
Right now is probably the best time in a while to be a fan of action RPGs. The developers are cooking, the gamers are eating. It's as simple as that. If you're into the ARPG genre of top-down, monster-slaying looter games, then you're most certainly bursting at the seams. Luckily, you're primed to loot some new, better pants anyways. If you aren't playing these games, now is the absolute best time to set everything else aside and join the buffet to grind these games down with the rest of us. Let's talk about 3 of the biggest, best, and coolest games in the genre right now and why they each deserve your time. The developers of games like Diablo 4, Path of Exile, Last Epoch, and soon Path of Exile 2 are seriously competing in a brutal war for your engagement. Grinding Gear Games has been hard at work crafting a fully fledged sequel to Path of Exile, a game that's been going strong for more than a decade and even recently hit an all-time peak, not just in concurrent player counts, but in the quality of new content as well. Meanwhile, Blizzard has spent the last year reacting to critical feedback from its fanbase to turn Diablo 4 around and introduce meatier in-game iterations that keep players satisfied. And we're not just getting ARPGs from legendary iconic game studios. There's also the newcomer, Last Epoch from 11th Hour Games, a studio that built a hit game that was mostly birthed out of a Reddit conversation. See, about 8 years ago, Reddit user MoxJet200 made a post on the social media forum asking for input from other ARPG fans on what features would make for a great entry to the genre. That user, Judd Cobbler, is now founder and CEO of 11th Hour Games, the developers of Last Epoch, a studio with talent from all over the world working to keep this game going. While there are other notable ARPGs out there in the wild, Diablo 4, Path of Exile, and Last Epoch come together to keep us well fed throughout the year with regular seasonal or league content updates. Let's talk about Diablo 4, a game that managed to have a significant redemption arc after many players dismissed it shortly after launch and a few unfavorable seasonal releases. When Diablo 4 first released back in 2023, it felt slow and monster density was about as low as player morale. The game quickly came under fire for its lackluster in-game design, especially compared to other ARPGs that's been released since Diablo 3, which effectively altered how players engaged in these types of games. Blizzard has been quick to react, releasing season after season of meaningful content updates that stuck around permanently in the game. This feels like a direct result of healthy competition in the genre. While Grinding Gear Games implemented new ways to ease the quality of life in the endgame with Settlers of Calgar and the introduction of gold and auto mappers, Blizzard shook up the very fabric of their game to change its pace, the weight of their itemization, and overall relevance of content. Meaningful releases are necessary to maintain players over the course of their seasons. Otherwise, player numbers dwindle as they have other avenues to satisfy the craving of deleting hordes of monsters on their screen. So, if you were one of the many action RPG fans let down by Diablo 4 early on, it's definitely worth a second look now. Diablo 4 Season 5's Infernal Horde's in-game activity is a perfect example of Blizzard listening to player feedback. Players asked for monster density, players got monster density. Jumping into the Infernal Hordes feels like a completely different game than what we got with Diablo 4's vanilla release, another clue that competition is key. Look, I get it. Diablo 4 doesn't need to be another Path of Exile with a different skin. In fact, it shouldn't be. However, it's refreshing to see that a company the size of Blizzard has been backed so far into a corner that the core gameplay loop of their game is almost unrecognizable. And that's nothing but a good thing for us. I've been playing Diablo 4 seasons longer than I ever have. Raid-like content? Check. The Undercity, an infinite grindable activity where you can target farm loot? Check. I'm more motivated to chase that next upgrade and actually want to take on the uber bosses. Doesn't all feel aimless anymore.
Welcome to King's March!
Meanwhile, Path of Exile's recent Settlers of Calgar released with such high praise from fans that it set a new bar for League content quality. You can't help but thank such competition for allowing it to happen. The 3.25 update for Path of Exile was time-consuming in the best way possible and surely has to be a response to the growing split attention. The fact is that they are doing more to entice you to play their game. They have to be reactive, they have to be innovative, and they have to be creative. And it's working. My jaw legitimately dropped when Grinding Gear showed off all the quality of life updates and new content during the Settlers of Calgar reveal livestream. What do you mean you can hire NPCs to grind while I grind? It was a dream come true for a dream I didn't even know I had. There have been nothing but promising updates for Path of Exile 2, and this most recent release for its predecessor gives me nothing but faith in what's waiting for us in the sequel. Not only will Grinding Gear Games be continually adding content to Path of Exile 2, they will also still support the original Path of Exile with regular leagues as normal. They've even alluded to porting back features that they add in Path of Exile 2. Features like gold, the currency trade market, and more prominent health bars have already been added. So not only will Grinding Gear be in constant competition with other developers, they'll also be competing with themselves.
Here lie the answers you seek.
But what about the little guys? 11th Hour Games are still here. Their 1.0 launch for Last Epoch was insanely popular with high concurrent counts. While Last Epoch did suffer from major server and connectivity issues, the game was still an excellent grind. Their monolith endgame mapping system, while still a little shallow, has so much potential for the addition of depth and player engagement. Soon after launch, Last Epoch got its 1.1 update, Harbingers of Ruin. Sure, the update wasn't as massive as something Grinding Gear Games or Blizzard could pull off, but it shows the devs' commitment to the game that was made by devoted fans of the genre. They're a bit silent at the moment on content updates, but the imminent release of Path of Exile and Diablo 4's ongoing seasons likely play a role here. As I mentioned, they're the little guys. They need more time to cook. In Grinding Gears Games' recent Path of Exile 2 livestream, they blew the lid off most aspects of the game. One of these aspects being their new Atlas mapping endgame system, which, if you peer closely, it looks eerily similar to Last Epoch's Monolith system, an infinite mapping system where if you die, you'll be locked out of rewards. Of course, it can be argued that Path of Exile's Delve was the actual inspiration for Grinding Gears Games' new Atlas iteration, but I like the narrative that developers are just sharing ideas now because they love and need our attention. Anyways, you hungry yet? Luckily, the sweet ambrosial allure of this genre is hearty enough to keep you well fed. When one game is on the downswing, but you're still looking to scratch that lootin' and slayin' itch, ARPG games are aplenty and of excellent quality. Diablo games, the Path of Exiles, Grim Dawn, the Torchlight series, Lost Ark, the list goes on. The genre has never been better than it is now. It's a space in gaming where the developers are truly getting the meaning of live service and what it takes to keep players engaged and happy. And to that we say, keep them coming.
So, contestants, are you ready?
You coming?
These are the times in which legends are born.
As 2024 comes to a close, there is one question on everyone's mind. What is the game of the year? At IGN, we take this award very seriously. And this year, you're invited to join in on the debate. The payoff to our Game of the Year watch begins on the week of December 16th with our podcast, Nintendo Voice Chat.
Hey, what's up, Super Ninfrendos?
Beyond.
I can see you wielding a Buster Sword.
And Unlocked.
What'd you think after playing it?
Where we'll deliberate and bicker about each console's Game of the Year. It all culminates with the reveal of the big winner on December 20th on our special episode of Game Scoop.
It's been a great year for games already so far. Lots of great games.
Log on and join us in celebrating this year's Best in Gaming. only on IGN.
Over its 30-year history, it's fair to say that a lot of incredible games have graced PlayStation. Across 5 generations of consoles, 2 handhelds, and toes dipped into the VR waters, there are a lot to choose from. But we've put our heads together to narrow it down to the top 100 of all time. Now, what games do you see when you close your eyes and hear the word PlayStation? Now, while we've got a good amount of exclusives on this list, we, of course, have to include a fair few multi-platform classics as well. Now, our rule of thumb for those is when you think of that game, do you see a PlayStation banner at the top of its box? If so, well, it qualifies right here. Now, you'll see plenty of familiar faces here, from Crash to Kratos, but there will no doubt be some that surprise you as well. Now, have an opinion on what should be placed here? Well, let us know in the comments down below. So, without further ado, here are the top 100 PlayStation games of all time.
Mascot platformers were all the rage at the height of the PS1 era, and hot on the heels of Crash Bandicoot and Spyro, Sony opened a whole barrel of colorful new characters with Ape Escape, a family-friendly chimp hunting adventure that armed players with a slew of monkey-capturing gadgets. Ape Escape was popular enough to spawn many sequels and is still referenced as recently as in 2024's Astrobot, but perhaps its most important legacy was being the first game that could only be played with the newly released DualShock controller, introducing players to the world of dual analog sticks that would soon become not just the norm for PlayStation devices, but the industry standard to this day.
Gotcha! Yes!
Greetings, creatures of this blood. I've come to compete.
Crash Bandicoot was Sony's answer to Nintendo's Mario, so naturally, if Mario had a kart racer, Crash needed one too. A shameless imitation of Mario Kart, Crash Team Racing is nonetheless a genuinely fun time with a great selection of tracks and all of the silly weapons and power-ups you'd expect from the genre. Just like his platforming though, Crash's driving isn't quite on par with his red-capped rivals, but still, CTR is a speedy party in its own right.
It's working! I've got a dragon!
Whoa, rough landing.
Ripto's Rage is the most complete Spyro package. More challenging than its predecessor, it improved on everything that everyone's favorite little purple dragon brought to the table the first time around. A certain Bandicoot may have ultimately come out on top as the original PlayStation's most beloved platforming mascot. He was, after all, the guy in the suit who showed up in PlayStation commercials, but Spyro certainly played his part. It's also notable and worth celebrating that both Spyro developer Insomniac and Crash studio Naughty Dog have together evolved into two of Sony's most important sources of blockbuster creativity from such humble and similar beginnings.
Impressive! Most impressive! Please take this sacred, thingamajig as a token of our everlasting gratitude.
Jumping ahead a few console generations and taking a smaller detour, Little Big Planet developer Media Molecule reinvented its arts and crafts approach for portable gaming with Tearaway, one of the PS Vita's shining stars, truly showcasing the versatile little handheld's capabilities. Tearaway made innovative use of the console's rear touchpad and front-facing camera, letting you enter Tearaway's papercraft world by pushing your fingers through the landscape, or by having your own mug adorn the skies as a big colossal shining sun. But even without all the clever gimmicks and set dressing, Tearaway is still, at its core, just a great, charming platformer.
Come on, Colt, you gotta put this together.
Deathloop was an exciting and stylish new property from Arcane Lyon, the studio behind the Dishonored series. Microsoft acquired Arcane's parent company shortly before Deathloop's release, but the game still still released as a timed exclusive for the PS5, and it was a good one. Echoing the outside-the-box creativity of Sony's best output, Deathloop is a time-looping shooter that is also a detective game and a PvP assassination sim. It's ambitious, but never to a fault.
I want you to remember why you came here.
I want information. Where the hell am I?
It's a little ironic that most of the beloved PlayStation properties mentioned so far have since been acquired by Microsoft, but that is not the case for Jak and Daxter, who remain some of Sony's most beloved characters. Rockstar may have dominated the PS2 era of open-world games, but that didn't stop Naughty Dog from trying its hand as well. Jak 2 moved away from the mascot platform Bedrock of its predecessor to take Jak and his Ottsel companion Daxter to a hub-world city filled with danger. An ambitious pivot to a more combat-heavy focus, it was a gamble that paid off, as well as being one of the best-looking games of its generation.
I think the Baron set me up. Actually, I think everybody's trying to kill me.
Another colorful handheld platformer, Loco Roco is one of the PlayStation Portable's must-own games and one of the many examples of the out-there creativity that Sony's Japan studio contributed to PlayStation since the very beginning. A relatively simple concept based around the idea of rolling colorful jellies from point A to point B, it contained hidden complexities that accentuated its elegant design. Packed full of charm that threatened to burst out of its portable confines, it was a treat in every sense of the word. Another beloved Sony duo dating back to the PS2 era, Ratchet & Clank made their PlayStation 5 debut with Rift Apart, which is arguably still the greatest display of the hardware's power to date. Colors pop off the screen at each turn and particles flood the sky at every opportunity, especially when firing one of the many outrageous esoteric weapons the series and developer has become known for. The incredible visuals are augmented by Insomniac Games making full use of the PS5's 3D audio capabilities, the DualSense controller's haptics and adaptive triggers, and truly showcasing how the next-gen hardware's infinitesimal load times can take action platforming to a multiversal scale. Considering how much of a sensory overload Rift Apart was on a launch PS5, it's not a surprise to see Sony using it to test drive the upgraded PS5 Pro.
Can't anyone print instruction manuals anymore?
Before reinventing the Tetramino and Tetris effect, designer Tetsuya Mizuguchi had an idea that combined block-based puzzling with electronic music that could be played on the go. That idea became Luminous, one of the best puzzle games to ever grace the PSP. While solving its Tetris-like puzzles was what made it fun, the kicking soundtrack that synchronized its beat to the gameplay made it so that anyone who played Luminous felt like a third member of Daft Punk.
When does the operation begin?
Our intelligence within the FBI was not clear, but Romer's men are already inside the subway.
It's easy to write off Siphon Filter as a Metal Gear clone, especially when it was released just months after Kojima's PS1 masterpiece. But despite the similarities between these two stealth experiences, Siphon Filter is a brilliant espionage adventure in its own right, thanks to sharp gunplay, a story stuffed with twists, and missions that are just as varied as they are action-packed.
Now I will show you how I deal with informants.
Look at this place. It's amazing. So this is your world.
The PlayStation 3 library is loaded with gorgeous games, but Ni no Kuni: Wrath of the White Witch is the only one that comes close to feeling like a playable Studio Ghibli movie. Developed in collaboration with that legendary anime studio, Level 5 delivered a lavish RPG with a Pokemon-like monster collecting battle system that told an enrapturing story about a boy whisked away to a fantasy land to revive his recently deceased mother. While the stellar art direction shines moment to moment, it's the sequences produced by the animation studio that gave us Princess Mononoke and Spirited Away that truly make this one of the most visually arresting games on the PS3. Though the PS3 was lacking in top-tier RPGs for much of its lifetime, Wrath of the White Witch is one very notable exception. If all that wasn't enough, it also gave us the Welsh legend that is Mr. Drippy. Long live our short king.
You must be the one we fairies call the pure-hearted one.
Pro Evolution Soccer 6 is as good as football games have ever been. At a time when the rivalry between Pro Evo and FIFA was at an all-time high, Konami's soccer simulation was the sports game to play on PS2. It's the sort of standout opposition that EA sorely misses now, as with no strong competition, the genre is left to wallow in mediocrity. Oh, for those glory days to return. At the mere mention of the game, it's likely Patapon's infectious soundtrack is now playing in your head. If you were never hooked, Patapon was a PSP game that marched to the beat of its own drum, quite literally. Gameplay was a unique blend of rhythm and strategy because every note you hit, in this case a different beat to an actual drum, issued commands to a band of one-eyed warriors you led into battle. Each game had its charm, but Patapon 3 refined what made the first two games click while adding new features like multi-level dungeons, versus mode races, and battles.
Untamed, majestic, but lethal. If you hunt these wilds, no matter how skilled you are, no matter how clever, you will become the hunted.
Killzone developer Guerrilla Games took a big swing on the PS4, ditching its desaturated shooter series for the altogether much more vibrant world of Horizon Zero Dawn. Its rug-pulling sci-fi story is a solid backdrop for the introduction of a new PlayStation hero in the form of Aloy and her metal dinosaur decapitating archery combat. The Horizon series seems cursed with the first and second games launching in the same week as The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and Elden Ring, and even the first game's PS5 remaster shared a release date with Dragon Age The Veilguard. Still, Horizon has persevered against some very stiff competition, and Zero Dawn has already seen a PS5 sequel, VR experience, and LEGO game spawn for it, so something tells us we're going to be seeing a lot more of Aloy.
Will crush our enemies and cast down those who lead us astray.
PlayStation isn't exactly the natural home of the first-person shooter, so not too many made this list, but it shouldn't come as a surprise that Doom Eternal is one of them. After the 2016 reboot ripped and tore the Doom franchise back into the mainstream after a 12-year hiatus, id Software's follow-up refined the experience in a way that made it feel like the shooter of tomorrow instead of the seventh sequel in a decades-old series.
The consequences of your actions here.
Welcome to SSX Tricky.
SSX Tricky proved stiff competition in the extreme sports market for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Barreling down perilous mountains and flipping around in every direction was fun in its own right, but it's Tricky's colorful style that made the otherwise snow-white vistas truly pop off the screen. The PS2's abundance of BMX, surfing, and skateboarding titles made for some tough foes to rock around, but SSX Tricky stuck the landing.
I am unbelievable!
2 times multiplier.
Sometimes it's so easy being me.
Long associated with the Game Boy, where Tetris was sold as a bundled game, Tetris Effect saw Rez mastermind Tetsuya Noguchi reimagine the Eternal puzzle game for the PlayStation VR headset. Themed around the psychological effect of the same name that occurs when playing the block stacker for long hours, Tetris Effect transformed the classic game into a psychedelic trip by combining the timeless Tetraminos with far-out visuals and a stellar soundtrack. A VR Tetris game could have been the most phone-in shovelware imaginable, but Tetris Effect elevated it to a practically religious experience. Mickey Mouse fused with Final Fantasy shouldn't work, but with Kingdom Hearts, Square Enix proved that it can.
Name's Goofy. I'm Sora. I'll go with you guys.
However, it's in the sequel where the concept truly began to flourish. Sora, Goofy, and Donald and the whole gang embark on a convoluted adventure through beloved Disney worlds with particular highlights including the Steamboat Willie-inspired Timeless River level, Hercules' Olympus Coliseum, and Tron's Space Paranoids. Does it all make sense? That's a question for another day. We'll enjoy any game that lets us chat with Winnie the Pooh in between bashing enemies with a giant key though.
Guess it's about time to be moving on.
The Monster Hunter franchise is fondly remembered for its PSP legacy, which enabled millions of gamers, mostly in Japan, to spend hours hunting and gathering together in between work and school. But Monster Hunter World's arrival on PlayStation 4 marked a new age for the series and became the destination for millions of fans, new and old, from around the globe. With enormous monsters to take down and sprawling new areas to explore and even more players to join the hunt, Monster Hunter World takes the series' tried and true gameplay loop and makes everything much, much bigger. The original 1999 Medal of Honor, co-created by Steven Spielberg, was a true PlayStation classic. However, it's 2002's Medal of Honor Frontline on PS2 where the historical shooter series finally fulfilled its lofty ambitions of making Saving Private Ryan's most iconic scene playable. Opening on an intense recreation of the D-Day landings, Frontline's exciting and varied campaign would prove to be the blueprint for Call of Duty's later success.
We're placing you on a special mission. Good luck, Patterson.
It's hard to think of many games that are more perfectly suited to the PlayStation Vita than Hotline Miami, a top-down violence simulator that's fast, frantic, and relentless with murder. Hotline Miami's secret is its addictive simplicity, and even though it came to other platforms, its bite-sized levels and rapid restarts are perfectly suited to the Take-It-Everywhere PlayStation Vita. It's so good that it even featured as a cameo being played on the Vita no less, in one of PlayStation's biggest games ever, The Last of Us Part 2.
Yeah, they want to buckle up.
Killzone may have never proved to be Sony's Halo killer, but its industrial weight shooting and grimy aesthetic were instrumental in putting Horizon's developer Guerrilla on the map. Killzone 2 is particularly memorable for being a graphical showcase to a controversial degree. An early E3 demo may have been too good to be true, but the final game was nonetheless a stunning example of the cinematic visuals the PS3 was capable of. Square Enix's vision for remaking Final Fantasy VII became crystal clear with its second installment. Untethered from the need to set up the familiar events of Final Fantasy VII, Rebirth is able to throw our beloved heroes into a vibrant open world that brings to life what every gamer who played the original Final Fantasy VII was only able to imagine previously. Bursting at the seams with love for its iconic characters and world, Rebirth is an ambitious second act in this three-part remake that's already proving as essential as its blocky PS1 predecessor. The big question is, how long will we have to wait for the final installment?
But in reality, it's barely hanging on.
The words Ridge Racer are now best known for being shouted by an exuberant Kaz Hirai at E3 2006.
Ridge Racer! Remember that one? All right, so let me go right ahead.
But years before that, it was PlayStation's standout driving game. Type 4 hit a sweet spot between the sim trappings of Gran Turismo and the white-knuckle speed of Wipeout, carving out its own corner as one of the most popular games on the original Sony console.
Before Returnal, Housemarque was known for its exhilarating but relatively niche twin-stick shoot-'em-ups. Then, in 2021, Celine's time-looping sci-fi roguelike burst onto PS5s to showcase exactly what the console and the studio could do.
Encountered hostile player.
Its psychologically twisting story, excellent shooter gameplay, and stunning art design locked it in as one of the generation's must-play games, with bonus points for being one of the few PS5 games that really got creative with the DualSense's adaptive triggers.
Truth is, Tanner, 3 years on the department and you're still the best driver I got.
In the days of the original PlayStation, open-world driving games were limited to Grand Theft Auto's top-down perspective, and the thought of being able to navigate the streets at 60 miles per hour from a 3D viewpoint felt like a distant dream. But in 1999, Driver arrived on PlayStation to shatter those expectations, allowing players to become a wheelman in a video game like never before.
On the run, Miami. Tell me who he talks to, where he goes.
That is, of course, assuming you could actually get past its initial, notoriously difficult driving test, a fiendish barrier to entry before tearing up the streets of Miami and beyond. The hunt for a family-friendly PlayStation mascot is as old as the brand name itself. But it's fair to say that 2008's Little Big Planet delivered the hero the aughts were looking for with Sackboy. Little Big Planet was not only the birth of a mascot, though. It was also PlayStation's first significant experiment in user-generated content, giving players the tools to share their woolly, 2D creations with the world. Developer Media Molecule would unquestionably do it a whole lot better with sequels and spiritual successor, Dreams, but none of that happens without the whimsy, charm, and just plain adorableness of Little Big Planet. The Yakuza series, now known as Like a Dragon, has been a PlayStation staple since the first entry's release in 2005. Steadily growing over the years from a niche interest to a cult phenomenon. Our pick of the bunch is 2015's Yakuza 0, in part because its prequel status makes it an easy entry point for newcomers, but most importantly, it's because it has everything you'd want from one of Ryuga Gotoku Studios' crime epics. Over-the-top action, melodramatic Kiryu and Majima plotlines, and of course, life-consuming minigames, including a full cabaret club management sim. Between MTV's Pimp My Ride and Need for Speed Underground 2, it seemed like every car in the world in the early 2000s had tinted windows and underglow neon lighting. The PS2 was home to Need for Speed at its height, with Most Wanted's pink slip system and open-world police chases providing just as many thrills. But Underground 2 uses its nitrous oxide to just edge in front here thanks to its electric street racing drenched in glow-in-the-dark painted cool. PlayStation's recent history has been gilded with single-player success stories. As such, it was quite a surprise when Arrowhead Game Studios' co-op blaster Helldivers 2 seemingly dropped out of nowhere to capture the democracy-obsessed minds of PS5 players everywhere. Building on the foundations of the arcadey top-down twin-stick shooter that launched on PS3, PS4, and Vita way back in 2015, Arrowhead's sequel expanded and augmented every aspect of the game, especially the Starship Troopers flavored brand of propaganda satire.
You will never destroy our way of life!
The end result was a delightful PvE experience that became a massive team effort, with players doing their part to tackle bug-like aliens and Terminator-esque cyborgs on multiple fronts. Legacy of Kain has emerged as one of PlayStation's favorite cult series over the years, and we think it peaked with 1999's Soul Reaver on the PS1. Crystal Dynamics introduced players to Vampire Ghost protagonist Raziel, whose supernatural abilities were put to the test with a combination of combat and puzzles that were equal parts stylish and challenging. It was incidentally the first game directed by Amy Hennig, who would then go on to help shape Naughty Dog into the modern PlayStation behemoth it is today. All of the aspects of what has become Sony's trademark single-player formula can be felt way back here in Soul Reaver.
What pitiful form is this that I have come to inhabit? Death would be a release next to this travesty.
Do you think I felt regret as I gazed upon the destruction we had wrought? Or at least humility at the speed with which a world can be transformed from a good world into a hell?
Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time's chronology warping mechanics were incredibly novel back in 2003, helping cement it as an instant PS2 classic and signaling return to popularity for a series that had been left in the 2D era. But while Sands of Time's supernatural approach formed the bedrock of a fantastic action-adventure, the game as a whole is more significant for being the foundation of Ubisoft's modern-day success. While Sands of Time received a number of direct follow-ups, ideas for a proposed Prince of Persia sequel would eventually morph into what would soon become Ubi's flagship series, Assassin's Creed.
Wait. I don't even know your name.
Just call me Kakolukia.
I'm Pete Kowalski, Jimmy Hopkins, and don't ask how I'm doing. I've been here 5 minutes and already people want me dead. Even my parents didn't hate me this quickly.
Bully comes from a time when Rockstar would dominate the PS2 on an annual basis, a far cry from the 7+ year waits we have now to suffer through. But while those long development cycles have their benefits, Jimmy Hopkins' misadventures through a year at Bulworth Academy are a prime example of when the GTA developer would take risks on smaller projects that offered unusual spins on the studio's trademark humor and larger-than-life characters.
Hit me with your best shot! Oh!
Rumors of a sequel have always persisted, and we certainly wouldn't say no to another term of classes after GTA 6 drops in 2045.
I said you could have fooled me. This place is full of bullies and maniacs.
Nonsense! That's just school spirit.
Katamari Damacy was the cool artsy kids' favorite PlayStation 2 game. Before the need to roll up famous IP and turn them into AAA blockbuster games, the Prince of All Cosmos was rolling up everyday objects into a larger and larger ball and taking over the gaming world with it. Katamari Damacy is emblematic of the kind of madcap video game ideas that we don't really see from big studios these days, but were a regular blessing during the PS2 era. Thankfully, Katamari Damacy's legacy lives on in the quirky indie games developed by those same cool artsy kids who grew up playing it.
You must be the handyman who'll take any dirty job. Am I correct?
I only take special jobs, if you know what I mean.
The original Devil May Cry was an ice-cool breath of fresh air when it slashed its way onto the PS2 in 2001. Hideki Kamiya's wild combination of lightning-quick combat and demon-slaying story, conjured up out of 700-year-old Italian poetry, was originally planned as an entry into the Resident Evil series before Capcom realized it might have been a little too out there and just made it its own thing instead. One of history's most iconic action series, it effectively created the character action genre. The original DMC has spawned multiple sequels, but none have made as big of an impact as Dante's first outing.
Sword. Time to go to work, guys.
Look around you. This is your family.
One of the great gaming tragedies is that Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain is likely Hideo Kojima's last Metal Gear game ever. But what a game to go out on. Though it was the series' first foray into an open world, The Phantom Pain integrated almost all the core mechanics from the previous games, refined into their most advanced, evolved iteration.
Fire!
Though the Phantom Pain's troubled development begins to show in its later missions, the moment-to-moment gameplay truly feels like the perfected final form of the tactical espionage action Kojima pioneered way back on the original PlayStation.
The only language left to me, revenge.
Soccer with cars? Possibly the most chocolate and peanut butter combination the games industry has seen since Mario with carts? Rocket League might not be the hit it is today without its success on PlayStation Plus. Rocket League is fun as hell, but it could have very well been slept on entirely if not for the huge influx of PS Plus subscribers who test drove it for free and presumably told their friends. While Rocket League arrived on the PS4 back in 2015, it gained and maintained enough momentum to attract the attention of Epic Games, who acquired developer Psyonix 4 years later, and it's still going strong today.
I'm a ghost. Actually, now I'm your ghost, and you? Well, you've been dead a long time.
After making its mark on Xbox with the Halo series, Bungie forged close ties with PlayStation for its ambitious MMO shooter, Destiny. While it may have been multi-platform, Destiny's timed exclusive content drops on PS4, including an all-important alpha test, made it feel like an exciting Sony experiment. The original Destiny is flawed, but it was the lab where Vault of Glass was born, the raid that set Bungie on the path towards both Destiny 2 and its wobbly multiplayer crown.
The darkness is coming back. We will not survive it this time.
Kick, punch, it's all in the mind. Those 7 words have lived rent-free in the heads of an entire generation of gamers for almost 3 decades. Parappa the Rapper was a huge part of PlayStation's push for experimentation in the PS1 era, and again, something we just don't see enough of these days from big publishers. He might have been a 2-hit wonder in terms of games, but Parappa's influence can't be overstated. The hip-hop hound pioneered the rhythm game genre, which Guitar Hero and Rock Band built on years later.
That's it for today. You are Agent 47, the world's finest professional hitman.
Metal Gear Solid may be considered the definitive PlayStation stealth series, but IO Interactive's Hitman has a strong legacy dating back to the PS2 era. And hey, if we're paying more attention to Snake, maybe that means Agent 47 is actually stealthier. But either way, it deserves recognition. Now, we could have picked any of the Silent Assassin, Contracts, or Blood Money for this list, but instead we've opted for the much more recent World of Assassination, the now combined trilogy of games that acts as the culmination of over a decade of playful stealth mastery. IO's huge opportunity-filled levels act as immersive clockwork murder playgrounds. These scripted objectives always allow for amusingly creative kills, but it's the death scenarios you come up with yourself that always prove the most rewarding, and the gallows humor is always to die for.
Hidden in plain sight, you are the ultimate weapon.
I want food that don't make me sick. I want walls that hold back the wind. I want a decent life.
A PS4 launch game, Black Flag, showed how transformative the 8th generation of consoles could be for the Assassin's Creed series. Now, while the PS3 version was still able to render the huge, nearly seamless Caribbean map, the PS4 build did all that with much more detail, resulting in beautiful ocean waves and lush vegetation. Arguably the best Assassin's game to date, its ambitious land and sea open world laid the groundwork for the beloved Assassin's Creed Odyssey, while its environmental detail was echoed at smaller, denser scale in cult favorite Assassin's Creed Unity.
All things considered, I think it's turned out to be a rather fortuitous day, hasn't it?
What a pleasant surprise, brother.
Save it. You're no brother of mine.
Don't say you've forgotten me,
Snake.
After the success of the first Metal Gear Solid, expectations for Hideo Kojima's PS2 follow-up were immense. But rather than merely give fans a better version of what they got in the first game, Kojima trusted his vision and gave us, well, something different. Though he made some divisive choices like sidelining hero Solid Snake in favor of newcomer Raiden, Kojima definitely delivered on bringing Metal Gear Solid to the next generation of PlayStation. The visual and mechanical improvements between the first and second game were the kind of massive leap we just don't see much anymore. And Metal Gear Solid 2 employed a number of systems and features that have since become commonplace in stealth action games. As for the story, say what you will, but there's no denying that Metal Gear Solid 2's commentary on the information age and AI was way ahead of its time and is shockingly relevant even today.
Legend. A legend is nothing but fiction. Someone tells it, someone else remembers, everybody passes it on.
The PS3 was the major starting point for online multiplayer on PlayStation. Now, while there are many examples of great PvP games from that generation, that game company's journey was easily the most innovative and whimsical way of showing how connections can form between players. A completely wordless adventure, players would encounter a mystery co-op partner, and despite the complete lack of communication, they would navigate Journey's ethereal world and uncover its quietly impactful story together, creating a singular and unforgettable shared experience. Back in 1996, an orange marsupial spun his way into our hearts when Crash Bandicoot arrived on the original PlayStation, courtesy of a little studio called Naughty Dog. Initially earmarked to be Sony's answer to Mario and Sonic, Crash has long since formed his very own identity of tomfoolery and Wumpa Fruit obsession. He can still be seen regularly smashing through crates and setting off TNT boxes to this very day. But even though the lovable Bandicoot has since appeared on the majority of video game platforms and is now technically the intellectual property of Microsoft, he's still unquestionably a PlayStation icon thanks to his explosive, shirtless debut on the PS1.
There must be thousands of them. We will face death and defend our home.
Ghost of Tsushima was the PS4's last big hurrah, and few consoles get to go out on such a high. Sucker Punch transported its open-world learnings from Infamous to feudal Japan in astonishing style. Perhaps the most purely cinematic of PlayStation's blockbusters, Ghost told the story of Jin Sakai's quest for vengeance. Though its superb sword combat was invigorating, the stunning scenery was as good a setting for relaxing as it was for revenge.
I'm ready, Uncle. We end this together.
Despite many considering it to be one of the best in the series, Final Fantasy IX is often overshadowed as a PlayStation classic by its older siblings. It also didn't help that it arrived right at the tail end of the console's lifespan, falling to the wayside when the PlayStation 2 and Final Fantasy X were on the horizon. But this welcome return to the series' original high fantasy storytelling demands your respect. A tale of political turmoil seen through the eyes of a thief called Zidane, its clever evolution of series staples and ability to tell multiple concurrent powerful stories truly places it shoulder to shoulder with the genre's giants. It's arguably one of the strongest RPGs for the original PlayStation, and without question, the console's last big hurrah.
Does it feel, Wayne, to stand on the very stones that ran with your parents' blood?
2009's Batman Arkham Asylum was a surprise hit with its intricate Metroidvania action, but it was Rocksteady's follow-up that truly blew the doors wide apart as we were unleashed to an open-world Gotham.
Why do you work alone, Batman?
The most notorious rogues gallery to grace the PS3 clashes with the Caped Crusader as he races against time to save the city from a thrilling plot that has you second-guessing at every turn.
You cannot stop me. Soon I will command forces beyond your comprehension.
Throw in an evolution of one of the most influential melee combat systems designed in recent memory, and you've got a fully fledged superhero fantasy.
As you of all people should know, there's plenty wrong with me.
Vagrant Story is a fantastic RPG with a finely tuned battle system and interesting puzzles, but it's best remembered for exploring new depths in video game storytelling. Square had already enjoyed an incredible run of genre-defining RPGs on the original PlayStation, but Vagrant Story's adventure through Valindia captured the hearts and minds of anyone who walked in the shoes of Ashley Riot, our hero who is accused of a murder they didn't commit. Perhaps the biggest crime of all, though, is that we never got a sequel.
Marvel's Spider-Man 2 is the culmination of Insomniac's web-slinging work so far, taking the best bits of both Peter Parker's and Miles Morales' games to create an amazing and truly sensational adventure. With silky smooth swinging across a stunning New York City, a twisting comic book storyline, and exciting melee combat, it is yet another in a long line of highly polished releases from a studio that can consider itself among PlayStation's most prolific.
Wasn't this city empty not too long ago?
Do you enjoy crying? Well, maybe we could interest you in a trip across the zombie apocalypse with Lee and Clementine in Telltale's The Walking Dead. Season 1 of this episodic choose-your-own-adventure saw the studio working at the peak of its powers as agonizing decision after agonizing decision was placed in front of us on the PS3. A tonally faithful expansion of the post-apocalypse introduced in Robert Kirkman's seminal graphic novel series, Telltale's Spin reinvigorated the adventure genre in 2012 and is to this day probably the most upsetting video game that involves cel-shaded zombies.
Hey, take it easy on me. No es nada, no es nada.
I left you pouring your heart out into the gutter.
It is hard to even articulate how hugely influential Grand Theft Auto 3 was on Vidium. Without Rockstar's original satire of New York City, the open world genre today simply wouldn't exist. GTA 3 catapulted the previously top-down Grand Theft Auto series into a 3D world that felt genuinely alive, its streets packed with unforgettable characters and underpinned by a mob movie-inspired narrative that was as funny as it was compelling. Throw in an unparalleled level of freedom, allowing players to tackle missions in different orders and different ways, plus the ability to steal any car you saw, and GTA 3's Liberty City started a legacy that is still going strong over 20 years later. As part of the burgeoning relationship between Final Fantasy and PlayStation, series creator Hironobu Sakaguchi conceived of a tactical spin-off for Final Fantasy, combining his beloved role-playing series with a more strategic genre he loved. The result was Final Fantasy Tactics, a beautiful and thoughtful tactical RPG for sure, but it also introduced the world of Ivalice, the land which would go on to become the setting for games like Vagrant Story and Final Fantasy XII. A grimy fantasy dungeon delver thick with mystery and lore, Demon's Souls' place in the halls of PlayStation history is secure thanks to being the starting point of From Software's modern legacy. It was the journey where we first rested at bonfires to restore our health, summoned unknown strangers to aid us in difficult boss battles, and fought tooth and nail to retrieve our lost souls. Demon's Souls laid the foundation for bigger and better games, but that shouldn't detract from its own achievements, particularly its evocative environmental design. Thankfully, it's all been painstakingly restored and handsomely preserved in Bluepoint's fantastic PS5 remake. The PS2 era God of War was a completely different proposition to its character-focused modern reinvention, but what 2007's God of War 2 may have lacked in nuance, it made up for in scale, ferocity, and excess. Chaining together combos with the Blades of Olympus never felt so good as ancient Greece's gods fell at Kratos' sandaled feet. Initially created as a Western answer to a genre popularized by Japanese developers, with this sequel, God of War secured its place in the pantheon of great character action games. Chrono Trigger is widely regarded as one of the greatest RPGs ever made, but its sequel is equally deserving of praise. Rather than simply rehash ideas, Chrono Cross mixes everything up to huge success. Firstly, it's set in an entirely different world with new characters to bond with and stories to discover, but more importantly, its battle system is completely overhauled, mixing real-time and turn-based strategy to create one of the deepest, most fulfilling RPG experiences of its time. The beauty of Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker is how Hideo Kojima really emphasized the portable in PlayStation Portable. Taking the stealth action gameplay the series is known for, Peace Walker delivered bite-sized missions for Big Boss to take on that could be finished in a single commute to work or school. Not only that, but the big story implications set up in Peace Walker makes this PSP outing a genuinely important part of the Metal Gear storyline. Picking a favorite Guitar Hero game is difficult because ultimately it comes down to which era-spanning setlist of rock songs you most preferred to pretend you were performing in front of 20,000 people. Sure, Guitar Hero 2 had War Pigs and Freebird, but 3 had a killer edition that would become synonymous with the series, Dragon Force's Through the Fire and Flames. It's impossible to overstate just how much of a phenomenon Guitar Hero and its competitor Rock Band were during the PS3 era, but just take a look at how many played-to-death plastic guitars you'll find at your local landfill, and you'll get a pretty good idea. Go on, head over to the dump, I'll wait. Few games define the original PlayStation's cultural identity as perfectly as Wipeout. Its futuristic, heavily stylized aesthetic and techno soundtrack were the epitome of Sony's vision for PlayStation being a lifestyle rather than just another games console. But beneath the slick visuals was a blisteringly fast racing game that, thanks to its anti-gravity vehicles, felt completely different from anything that had come before. And everything that made the original Wipeout great is on full display in its successor, Wipeout 2097.
You go after them! I'll hold them off here! Hey!
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thanks.
When it comes to the history of console multiplayer, Tales of GoldenEye on N64 and Halo on Xbox dominate the split-screen conversation. But PlayStation 2 had its own FPS king that deserves just as much respect, Time Splitters 2. This was the essential PS2 shooter and almost certainly the reason anyone owned the 4-player multi-tap peripheral. Its arcade mode provided match after match of exciting showdowns, made all the more thrilling and esoteric by the maps and the weapons that were pulled from a whole host of different time periods and genres. The original Titanfall was an Xbox exclusive without a campaign. When its sequel arrived on the PS4 with one of the finest set of first-person shooter single-player missions ever constructed, the series' full potential was finally realized. Toss in an exhilarating and criminally underplayed multiplayer mode to the mix, and Titanfall 2 is not just one of the best shooters to appear on a PlayStation console, but one of the best FPS games of all time. And of course, because we can't have nice things, we're still waiting on Titanfall 3.
What are you doing? Trust me.
Look, Sonny, we were set up. The deal was an ambush.
After an 11-year and counting wait for Grand Theft Auto 6 to arrive, the thought of a Grand Theft Auto sequel coming only 1 year after its predecessor is unimaginable. But it happened back in 2002 with fan favorite Grand Theft Auto Vice City promptly arriving 12 months after GTA 3. And it wasn't a quick and dirty spin-off either, or a half-baked expansion pack. Vice City was a triumph that took everything its predecessor had to offer and improved it. The characters were better, the storytelling stronger, and the decision to create an 80s set ode to Scarface set in a fictionalized Miami was inspired, opening the doors for an incredible soundtrack and exciting visual flair. Grand Theft Auto 3 may have laid the foundation, but Vice City coated it with irresistible style and a whole lot of neon.
That's a good idea. That's a great idea.
It may have taken nearly 30 years, but Sony finally made a mascot platformer to rival the likes of Nintendo's Mario. It's the most recent game on this list, but it's there for a reason. Astrobot is a consistently inventive joyride through PlayStation history, paying homage to dozens of other games on this list. Even if you don't have 5 console generations worth of nostalgia for PlayStation, it's a joyful audiovisual showcase that fully embraces the quirks of the PS5's DualSense controller. Instantly one of the console's best games, its legacy will surely only grow over time. There would be no Uncharted without Tomb Raider. In fact, it's hard to imagine what action-adventure games would look like without Lara Croft's first outing. Hitting the PlayStation in 1996, it's often considered the first game to approach storytelling in a truly cinematic manner, an outlook Sony would adopt for decades to come. It may be a little unwieldy to play at this point in time, but there's no denying the original Tomb Raider's impact.
So, are you ready to seek your fortune?
Speaking of Uncharted, Uncharted 4: A Thief's End saw Nathan Drake contending with the prospect of retirement, attempting and then failing miserably to resist the call of adventure. An odyssey into not just the darkest dungeons, but also the minds and fraying relationships of its lead characters, Uncharted 4 was as human as Drake has ever appeared, and a reflection of the evolution of Naughty Dog as a studio. That didn't stop it from doing what the series is best known for, though, delivering blockbuster bursts of action. The Madagascar chase sequence still reigns as one of the most dynamic sequences ever experienced through a DualShock controller. This bittersweet closing chapter serves as the perfect ending for one of PlayStation's most beloved series, at least for now.
Is that all you've got, little android?
In order to fully uncover the secrets of the wild ride that is 2017's Nier Automata, you'll need to play through it 3 times. That would seem like a chore for most games, but Platinum Games' one-of-a-kind exercise in narrative structure makes that journey thrilling from start to finish. Tasked with saving a post-war planet from machine forces, it's as dynamic as it is compelling, packed start to finish with varied gameplay approaches that range from third-person hack-and-slash action to top-down bullet-hell battles. It's exactly the sort of exciting experiment synonymous with the PS1 era, making Nier Automata a perfect fit for this list.
It was an honor to fight with you. Truly.
Crash, bang, wallop. Criterion's Burnout 3 Takedown looked at what Polyphony was doing with simulation racing in Gran Turismo and took things as far to the other side of the spectrum as possible. With just as much emphasis placed on ramming into your rivals as speeding past them, driving games have rarely been as fun as they were in Takedown on the PS2. And that's without even mentioning Crash Mode, an all-timer of a mode designed around creating the biggest wrecks possible.
cover your face, but I know who you are. Emily Caldwin.
If clockwork-like intricacy and artistic elegance is what you're searching for in a game, then look no further than Arcane's beautiful supernatural assassin sim, Dishonored 2. This PlayStation-friendly gateway to the player-driven ideals of early 2000s PC gaming is packed with wickedly smart level design in which targets can be attacked and approached in any way you see fit. Going stealthy or stabby is just the first choice, and Dishonored 2's world reacts appropriately to every single decision you make while playing. There's a reason why Clover Studio is remembered so fondly even decades after it was disbanded. The Capcom subsidiary behind games like Beautiful Joe and God Hand created some of the most wildly creative and beautiful games for the PlayStation. But none of its titles are quite so beloved as Okami. The cel-shaded art style that renders mythological Japan will be forever beautiful, and the iconic paintbrush mechanic that brings brushstrokes to life still feels like pure magic. We miss you every day, Clover Studio. Although Tony Hawk's Pro Skater made an important mark on PlayStation, it's the sequel that took the series to the next level, birthing the generation of extreme sports video games that followed. Where Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 excels is its ability to push beyond being an excellent sports game. It established a reasonably complex formula of combos, puzzles, and collectibles, all wrapped up within a 2-minute time constraint. It demands to be endlessly replayed, and when you're doing that in some of the most iconic locations ever committed to a sports game, it's hard to resist. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 vitally helped extend the combo by adding in the frankly essential manual system, incorporating some vastly improved level design, and including one of the most iconic game soundtracks, all of which helped cement its legacy as an extremely good extreme sports game.
Listen to my story. This may be our last chance.
Final Fantasy X is perhaps the best example of how the PS2's DVD drive revolutionized console gaming. Thanks to the disc's vastly higher storage capacity, Final Fantasy X was able to be both the first full 3D and fully voiced game in the series, resulting in an experience notably more cinematic than its PS1 predecessors. Combined with dozens of beautifully rendered cutscenes, Final Fantasy X's story is granted an enhanced level of emotion and intimacy, a vital thing considering the romance between characters Titus and Yuna that acts as the game's soulful heart. This, along with rock-solid turn-based combat and a bright, fascinating world, makes Titus's journey arguably the last truly essential Final Fantasy game. And that's no laughing matter. It's no surprise Nintendo was the dominant console for JRPGs during the early 90s, but when PlayStation launched, the landscape changed dramatically. This was in part due to Square's Final Fantasy and Chrono series coming to Sony's console, but also Konami's beloved Suikoden games. Their storytelling, especially in Suikoden 2, was a notable highlight, filled with depth, emotion, and characters so wonderfully realized you couldn't help but fall in love with them. It's those connections that make Suikoden 2 as fondly remembered today as it was 25 years ago.
What is this? Wow, what a mansion!
It's hard to imagine what video game horror would look like without the arrival of Resident Evil. The first in the long-running and extremely successful series debuted on PlayStation in 1996, letting players explore the zombie-infested, puzzle-filled Spencer Mansion. Although primitive by today's standards, Resident Evil set the mold for everything that followed: the isolation, the limited resources, the relentless sense of dread, and, of course, the jump scares. The formula has been regularly improved upon, and the original is arguably weaker than most of its sequels, but none of Raccoon City's later highs would have been possible without the progenitor. Its importance to the genre and PlayStation is unquestionable.
No one wants to admit it, but humanity is under attack.
Mass Effect 2's achievements are well known. With its S-tier companions, an unrivaled sense of urgency in its story, and reactive decision-making, it's BioWare's finest hour. Less documented, though, is Mass Effect 2's journey to PlayStation, during which the series broke free from the shackles of Microsoft exclusivity a year after the game's launch on Xbox 360. PS3 players were asked to jump in the middle chapter of a trilogy without having played its predecessor, using an interactive comic to catch up on the story. It was an awkward transition, but one players happily endured in order to play one of the best RPGs ever made. Both Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat dominated the fighting game space in the 90s, but neither was synonymous with the PlayStation brand in quite the same way as Tekken, the new up-and-comer that, along with Virtua Fighter, established and cemented the 3D fighter. There are many contenders for the best Tekken game on PlayStation, and we'd especially like to shout out PlayStation 2's launch game, Tekken Tag Tournament, but for our money, Tekken 3, the first outing for legendary characters like Jin Kazama and Eddie Gordo, will always stand tall as the true king of the Iron Fist tournament.
Round 1, fight!
Well, I'd recognize that dour expression anywhere.
It was no easy task for Sony Santa Monica to follow up its 2018 Norse masterpiece, but with God of War Ragnarok, it succeeded to almighty effect. While not telling as tight a story, the sprawling PS5 sequel evolved Kratos' bone-crushing combat even further, adding a creative new weapon to his arsenal that reflected his past life in a poignant yet delightfully brutal manner. Dealing with everything from familial friction to the literal end of the world, the ambition on show is staggering, making it all the more impressive that it pulled it off and remains one of this generation's finest games. Just take a quick glance at one of its eye-catching menus or listen to 5 seconds of its acid jazz soundtrack and you'll quickly realize that no PlayStation game possesses more style than Persona 5 Royal. A 100-hour roller coaster ride through modern Tokyo and its darker parallel metaverse, the Royal version enhances the original Persona 5 by adding an extra chapter and gameplay tweaks to an already stellar RPG. It's a flashy, fun foray into the hearts of the worst people encountered by the Phantom Thieves, a group of teenagers pulling off Inception-like heists using monsters pocketed along the way. Your gang of heroes must do all that while also managing the delicate bonds created in its high school setting. Incredibly exciting from start to finish, it cemented Atlas as one of the all-time great RPG studios.
Such is the code of the Phantom Thieves.
The gallant knight protects the princess fair.
Remake Resident Evil 2? Sure, why not? Resident Evil 3? Haven't seen that one for a while, but remaking Resident Evil 4, doesn't that feel too soon? Isn't Resident Evil 4 already perfect? Well, it turns out you can teach an old dog new tricks. Capcom decided to tackle the seemingly impossible task of remaking one of the greatest video games of all time. Rather than a beat-for-beat remake, Capcom took some ingenious liberties with RE4, doubling down on the horror and losing some of the campier elements of the original. It still strikes that perfect balance between scares and action, but the PlayStation 2 horror classic may just have been usurped with its newest edition.
This is kind of fun!
Oh, here we go again.
Another Grand Theft Auto entry finds its way onto this list. GTA San Andreas displayed a new level of ambition from Rockstar as it looked to evolve the open-world series in the PS2's twilight years. A mammoth-sized map for the mid-2000s included 3 entire cities and miles of countryside in between, with every square inch of it acting as a playground for CJ Johnson as he navigated the gang warfare and police corruption plaguing his home state.
You haven't forgotten about us, have you, boy?
Hell no, Officer Tenpenny. I was just wondering what took y'all so long.
Experimenting with new life sim-esque mechanics and a satirization of more mature topics, amongst the GIMP costumes and comical dildo fights, it signaled the direction that Rockstar would take as it moved into the HD generation.
Drive by, incoming!
These next tests require cooperation. Consequently, they have never been solved by a human. That's where you come in.
Tucked away in 2007's Orange Box bundle was a small-scale interdimensional puzzle game called Portal. It was fun, created a few memes, had a great song, and a story, right? Well, for Portal 2, developer Valve decided a fun distraction wasn't enough. Along with a much more comprehensive story and more ingenious puzzles for the sequel, Valve doubled down on the fun with one of the best co-op modes ever made for a puzzle game, or any game for that matter.
Don't disappoint me.
Call of Duty's first venture into a contemporary setting couldn't have gone much better. A memorable globe-trotting campaign packed with instant classic missions such as All Gillied Up, combined with a multiplayer suite of maps and an online progression system that would go on to define a generation of shooters, Modern Warfare changed the game when it burst onto the PS3 in 2007. Silent Hill was always the David Lynch to Resident Evil's George Romero. The PlayStation's other iconic horror franchise prided itself on taking pure horror gaming as far as it could go, and with Silent Hill 2, Konami created an unrelenting nightmare of a game. Everything about Silent Hill 2, from its creatures to horrible locations, was meant to fill you with overwhelming dread. Forget power fantasy, this is the game that forces you to take several deep breaths and calm your nerves before you push open the doors to some new, horrifying location.
Get the hell out of here! Leave me alone already!
Demon's Souls may have been the first flame for From Software's rise, but Dark Souls was where it truly set the bonfire ablaze. While the two share many similarities, Dark Souls left the level-like structure of its predecessor behind in favor of a fully interconnected world. The result is a physical place that's as mysterious and surprising as its deep and naughty backstory, and just as difficult to work through. Foes like Ornstein and Smo are still spoken about in hallowed tones. Now, FromSoft has since made better games, but it's hard to argue against Dark Souls being the studio's most significant achievement.
It's easy to forget just how huge the Gran Turismo series is. The third game, Gran Turismo 3 A-Spec, was the best-selling exclusive on the best-selling console of all time, with over 14 million copies sold. The PS2 racing sim blew people away at the time with unmatched graphical power, attention to detail, and authentic car handling. What could so easily be an overwhelming experience for those used to the arcade rough and tumble of Need for Speed, Gran Turismo 3 managed to lure in even the most casual of fans thanks to its intelligently designed progression system that ranged from fun test track challenges to concentration testing and multi-hour endurance races. In an era when driving games were all the rage, A-Spec created an unmatched legacy, coming out on top as the best of the bunch. Persona 4 Golden was, for many in the West, their first exposure to the beloved JRPG series. An enhanced version of the 2008 original, first seen on the PS2, Persona 4 Golden managed to successfully balance the series' trademark tone of high school antics with darker issues that plague our world, all while going on the hunt for a serial killer plaguing a rural Japanese town. The elemental rock-paper-scissors-inspired turn-based combat was a fantastic stepping stone from the likes of Pokemon into a realm of more mature RPGs, which was brought to life with an unforgettable cast of characters. That, coupled with an earworm of a soundtrack and a distinct visual style, make Persona 4 Golden hands down the best game released for the PlayStation Vita. Sony's high-powered handheld might not have been a commercial hit, but it did introduce many to the Persona series, and for that, it deserves all the praise in the world. Few games have had as much of an impact on RPG design as The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. CD Projekt Red's landmark fantasy epic practically reinvents the side quests, transforming optional adventures from extracurricular busywork into complex, twisty narratives that were as deep and essential as any main chapter. Geralt's side hustles add a unique richness to the overarching story, coloring between the grimy lines as each tale overlaps and intertwines, making the game's famous choices and their often devastating consequences all the more powerful. You really do feel the world and its people move with each decision you make. The Witcher 3 is unquestionably the greatest RPG in the PS4 library, but its position as such is such a fascinating indicator of change. PlayStation's RPG history is primarily a Japanese story told by the likes of Squaresoft and Konami, but the 2010s saw more and more traditionally PC-focused Western developers bringing their RPGs to console. The fact that Wild Hunt, the final chapter in a PC game trilogy, was able to prove such a massive success on PlayStation is a testament to its revolutionary roleplay design. It's hard to think of a game more ahead of its time than Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Reframing the espionage action series as a 60s set, James Bond-style, behind enemy lines mission, its intricate stealth and camouflage systems, bold cinematic flourishes, and unmatched boss design make its release on the PS2 seem like a miracle for 2004. Naked Snake's journey through the Soviet jungle manages to balance moments of genuine emotional weight, best showcased by his final showdown with former mentor, the boss, with points of frivolity and experimentation, an indulgent theme song, crocodile headwear, and of course, a famously long ladder sequence, just to name a few. However, it's in those game-changing boss designs that Snake Eater truly shines. The multiple ingenious ways you can take down Elderly Sniper the End, the thrilling Shagahad chase and Volgan showdown, and of course, the stunning surroundings of that aforementioned encounter with the boss. Snake Eater was a masterpiece at the time of its release and remains one to this day. So it's quite a relief that the upcoming remake is barely changing a thing about it. The Castlevania series has always provided fun, side-scrolling action games, but with Symphony of the Night, it was no longer just a game where you ran from left to right. The game's setting of Dracula's castle is instead one open-ended map for protagonist Alucard to freely explore, with all four directions demanding equal attention. While heavily inspired by Super Metroid, Symphony of the Night made its own important contributions to a genre it would go on to co-headline. From the shifting map to adding RPG-like experiences, conquering this giant puzzle of a map as it twists and turns throughout the story immediately puts into perspective just what a monumental accomplishment Symphony of the Night turned out to be.
I'll guide you to meet your destiny!
As PlayStation entered the 3D era, Symphony of the Night arrived in the darkness as a true swan song to 2D gaming and the triumphant start of the Metroidvania genre. Praise be to Koji Igarashi. The biggest surprise in Elden Ring might just be how similar it is to past From Software games. But don't let the time-tested combat and epic boss battles fool you. Elden Ring is a monumental achievement and a true evolution that rose from the primordial RPG soup Demon's Souls served up on PS3. Every corner of its massive open world holds some kind of new secret, boss fight, or dungeon, and the freedom it extends to players feels downright radical compared to other open world RPGs.
Must extinguish thy flame.
While some games have a fear that players might get lost without some sort of invisible guidance, Elden Ring provides players with a few specks of light to point them in the approximate right direction, but otherwise lets them loose onto its magnificent playground. Pick a direction, encounter a boss fight that's too hard, change directions, and then you find an even harder boss. It's great.
Violent, sad, scary, and irrepressibly grim, The Last of Us Part 2 isn't best described as a fun time, but it is a phenomenally powerful one. 2020's Ellie-led sequel to one of the most recognizable games of all time took us to the rainy, overgrown streets of Seattle on a trip that spirals through all 7 layers of hell. Naughty Dog's most intricate combat system to date delivers fast and energetic stealth combat that's far superior to its comparatively clunky predecessor. Infected and humans alike are dispatched with difficult-to-watch ferocity. Ellie has had to grow up a lot in the time between this and the PS3 original, and both the gameplay and story brutally reflect the harsh realities of her world. But it's the introduction of Abby that is Part 2's masterstroke. Her perspective into this post-apocalyptic America is initially jarring, but it proves to be a prime example of how to play with split narratives in the medium. You may not enjoy the outcome. This isn't a story that presents good and bad as a clearly defined concept, but it's a wholly ambitious swing from a studio that's willing to push the borders on what is expected from a video game. There are many contenders for the best entry in the Resident Evil series, but our vote emphatically goes to the 2019 remake of Resident Evil 2. The original Resident Evil 2 took everything successful about the survival horror formula established by its older sibling and refined it. The locations were creepier, the enemies more menacing, and the scares were bigger and badder.
The hell is that?
The adventures of Leon and Claire in Raccoon City not only became a benchmark for Resident Evil, but also set the standard for a PlayStation blockbuster. But in every way that 1998's Resident Evil 2 improved on its predecessor, the remake also replicated in kind. It's a prime example of how to take an older game and reanimate it for a new generation of players. Pioneering a new generation of scares that are often imitated but rarely equaled, Resident Evil 2 sits atop the pile when it comes to one of PlayStation's most famous series.
The future of Baldur's Gate hangs in the balance. Will you be the hero and save it from looming darkness?
Perhaps it's bold of us to put Baldur's Gate 3 in the top 10. With its complex character menus and fiddly inventory screens, Larian's Dungeons & Dragons adventure is clearly a dyed-in-the-wool PC game. But there's no getting away from the simple fact that while Baldur's Gate 3 is far from a classic PlayStation game, it is undoubtedly one of the very best games you can play on Sony's current machine. A monumental achievement in RPG design, Baldur's Gate's world reacts to your every single decision, be that something as simple as a little white lie or as devilishly grand as slaughtering an entire population,
or sow chaos in your wake.
The physical and emotional impact of those choices can be felt across the entire journey, shaping the character arcs of your companions and adjusting the trajectory of the epic finale. And by painstakingly translating the D&D rulebook into video form, Larian ensures battle is just as malleable as its storylines. Dozens and dozens of skills, abilities, and weapon options means you can mold each character into the warrior of your choosing and devise creative strategies to decimate your foes. Few experiences feel as bespoke to you as Baldur's Gate 3, and that's why this traditionally PC experience deserves to live alongside PlayStation's heavy hitters. Beyond all the crime cinema homages and wanton violence, the Grand Theft Auto series has been an exercise in perfecting the urban open world. Rockstar finally nailed it with GTA 5's Los Santos, a digital city that feels authentically alive. In the campaign, the street's heartbeat comes courtesy of the series' most accomplished mission chain, which combines the character study narrative of GTA 4 with the wild objective variety of San Andreas. The ambitious character switching mechanic gels perfectly with the story's heist focus, pivoting the action between the team's specializations as each job demands. But As good as the campaign is, it's GTA 5's multiplayer mode that captured the imagination of millions. Taken online, Los Santos becomes a crime playground where it's the purge every day. Superficially, GTA Online is a collection of PvP modes with a constant trickle of seasonal content. To the people who walk its streets, though, it's a community stomping ground where friendships are forged, rivalries sparked, and dominance achieved. Multiplayer heists provide a taste of that Rockstar single-player storytelling magic, but it's the emergent tales spun by players that make GTA Online an enduring favorite. It's not hyperbole to say that Uncharted 2 Among Thieves charted the course for the next 15 years of PlayStation history. Its predecessor built solid, if unspectacular, foundations, but it's in Nathan Drake's Himalayan adventure that he really found his footing. It's ironic in some ways, then, that it took him hanging off the end of a derailed mountainside train for him to do that.
I'm Sydney Goodman, and welcome to the 2024 Game Awards opening act presented by State Farm. We are counting down to the main event, our 10th anniversary show. But I promise you, we are more than a pre-show. We are the extension of a program so packed that we need to start it early. Tonight, we are coming to you live from the Peacock Theater in Los Angeles to celebrate the best in gaming from the past year, with special performances from Snoop Dogg, 21 Pilots, surprise guests, and world premieres that will blow your mind, including Mafia: The Old Country, Borderlands 4, and more. In fact, I have one ready to reveal right now, and it's a very special one to kick off our 10th anniversary.
Maだ
Ninja Gaiden Ragebound coming in summer 2025. It's the new title from Dotemu, the publisher behind Streets of Rage 4 and TMNT Shredder's Revenge. That announcement makes a killer segue into our first award category tonight, Best Fighting Game. Here are the nominees. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising, Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics, Multiverses, and Tekken 8. The Game Award goes to, oh, look at that, Tekken 8.
Thank you to all gaming community and Tekken community, and thank you to my development team and marketing team in all regions. And we will continue to update and improve Tekken 8. So stay tuned and don't ask me for beep. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Yeah. And now, a new kind of cozy game that is unlike anything you've played before.
On the road, I've been away for far too long. But now I'm on my way back home. I hear the west winds calling. Won't be long, I'm there before the setting sun. For you to fall into my arms, a place I call my home. I was looking to belong, and I'd already known that you would be there when the rains are gone. Like a light in the night, you
On the floor lies a tome covered in blood, titled
ways to conquer the Spire. You find this manuscript highly suspicious because it's covered in blood. You read the book, covering your hands in blood.
That was the first look at the gameplay of Slay the Spire 2. I'm thrilled because there's a new Slay the Spire, but also terrified because I just got over my crippling addiction to the first, so the cycle continues. Anyway, after the show, be sure to head over to TikTok and share your best gaming highlights from 2024 with #GamingOnTikTok. And now it's time for our next award, Best VR AR Game. And the nominees are Arizona Sunshine Remake, Asgard's Wrath 2, Batman Arkham Shadow, Metal Hellsinger VR, and Metro Awakening. The Game Award goes to Batman Arkham Shadow.
I just want to accept this award on behalf of my colleagues at Camouflage. You guys did some of the best work of your careers, and I have a feeling that the best is yet to come. The company we work for, Meta, has been a great place to work, and for Oculus Studios, all the support that you provided to us to help us get the game over the line, including our sister studio over at Sanzaro that developed the incredible Asgard's Wrath 2. That was a big, made this category very competitive this year. I also want to thank Warner Brothers and DC for entrusting that incredible Arkham franchise and allowing us to build a sequel to that incredible foundation that Rocksteady and Warner Brothers Montreal provided to us. And then lastly, to the amazing crew and cast to this game, Roger Craig Smith, Troy Baker, Elijah Wood, Tara Strong, Kari Payton. You guys crushed it. You guys are award-winning as far as we're concerned. Thank you for what you brought to our game.
Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Since 2018, the TGA Global Gaming Citizen Program has recognized individuals doing their part to better the world through games. This year's recipient makes games that protect nature and fight climate change. Here's the story of Laura Carter, CEO and founder of Trees Please Games.
I've worked in games for the best part of 20 years. PlayStation, Disney, Us2 Games, Square Enix. I loved working there. I loved working on such massive games, but I actually had a sense of guilt. In parallel with my games career, I've always had a passion, or actually don't like to call it a passion, I like to think of it more as a sort of a purpose for making a difference in the world.
Nice tree. It's comfy.
We're less than 20 years away from climate collapse. And for me, that's incredibly scary, both for our future, but for my children's future. It struck me that there was such an opportunity to use these games that were reaching hundreds of millions of people to create awareness about what's happening in the world. So when you play Longleaf Valley, you're restoring and saving a national park. And then as you're playing, you're actually collecting tree tokens to plant a real tree. Our players together have planted over 1.6 million trees now. But it's amazing to know that together we are making a real difference.
themselves on a quest for power. Gotta have the fancy cars and the fancy clothes and the diamond rings. Don't you judge, cause we're all sinning. Life's a game, nobody's winning. You rat racers are forgetting that we all live on borrowed minutes.
Welcome back to the Game Awards opening act presented by State Farm. We're counting down to the big show with more world premieres and awards. In fact, the Game Awards brings so many different gaming communities together to celebrate. If you want to see everything State Farm is doing in gaming, head to their website right now at statefarm.com/gaming because like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And now we have our next world premiere from the legendary creator of Deus Ex, Warren Spector. This is Thick as Thieves.
Another night on the town. Let's see what Razzo has for me.
Nice of you to turn up.
Oh, the McEwen estate. This one's always fun.
You're not the only one who thinks so. Best to stay nice and quiet. But keep your wits about you.
Huh?
You never know what's around the corner. Things could go many different ways. Because like I say, it's every thief themselves.
Love it, cannot wait to get that on my wish list. Okay, next up are our 3 esports categories. The first is Best Esports Game presented by Old Spice. And the nominees are Counter-Strike 2, Dota 2, League of Legends, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and Valorant. The Game Award goes to League of Legends. Next up, for Best Esports Athlete, the nominees are 3-3, Alexi B, Chuvi, Faker, Zywoo, and Kong. The Game Award goes to Faker. And finally, for Best Esports Team, the nominees are Billy Gaming, Gen G, Navi, T1, and Team Liquid. The Game Award goes to T1. Congratulations to all the winners of our esports categories. All right, the Game Awards opening act presented by State Farm is moving forward as we reveal 2 more world premieres. This first one is an alternate take on a legendary series from Bandai Namco. Steel Paws, a brand new world from a gaming legend, Yu Suzuki, known for Virtua Fighter and Shenmue. Our next award is one of my favorites, Games for Impact. It showcases thought-provoking games with a positive social message. Here are the nominees. Closer the Distance, Indica, Neva, Life is Strange Double Exposure, Senua's Saga Hellblade 2, and Tales of Kinzera Zhao. The Game Award goes to Neva.
Well, it is such an honor to receive this award. Well, first I would like to thank the jury and basically everyone who voted for us. This award belongs to the entire team at Nomad Studio, Berlinist, our friends and family, and basically everyone who helped us to bring Neva to life. I would like to thank as well Devolver Digital. They were the first one. They believed in us since the beginning, and they gave us the opportunity to make 2 wonderful games. I'm looking forward to making many more in the future. And finally, I would like to thank the players. It's amazing to see how our story resonates with them. And we love to see how they enjoy our games, so thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And now, another cozy game, and to introduce it is someone who knows a thing or two about them, Cozy K.
Thanks, Sydney. Hey, Game Awards. I'm really excited to share one of my most anticipated cozy games with you, Tales of the Shire. There's so much to marvel at in the Shire. I love how it feels like I'm inside the books. I love spending endless hours in my IRL garden, and this game captures that feeling so well. And then inside, it gets real cozy. You can do a ton of decorating in your own style. You can really customize every nook and cranny. Now I'll hop inside the kitchen and start cooking. Ooh, the guests have arrived. Time to eat. Thank you for taking this journey through the Shire, and I hope it was as much of a treat for you as it was for me. Join me in playing Tales of the Shire, March 25th.
Welcome to the Midnight Murder Club. One flashlight, one gun. Use your senses and become the shadows.
Let's go. Stay quiet.
Okay. Do you know where we're going?
Towards those. Come on.
Hello? Oh, hello. No. Oh! You killed the piano. Oh, no.
Came in from behind. Double kills?
Oh, my God. What? Did you get him? Oh, my God. Yeah! Come out here.
No! Join the club and die trying.
Welcome back to the Game Awards opening act. We are so close to the big show, which Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I love you too. Which, by the way, is freaking stacked this year. Let's hear it for the 10th anniversary of the Game Awards. But until then, enough. I'm kidding. I still have some incredible awards and world premieres to share with you. So let's get back into it with our next award, Innovation in Accessibility. These nominees have all made strides to make their games as playable as possible by as many gamers as possible. And they are Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Diablo 4, Dragon Age The Veilguard, Prince of Persia The Lost Crown, and Star Wars Outlaws. The Game Award goes to Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown. Congratulations.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. We are truly honored to receive this award. As from the beginning of the project, we aim to create a fun and challenging game, but a game as accessible as possible. And it proves that accessibility doesn't dilute, but rather reinforce the core of a game. More players enjoy the thrill of exploration thanks to our screenshot marker system. More players experience the intensity and expressivity of our combat thanks to the option. It was a passion project made by an incredible team. Big congratulations to the team. I know you're watching from Montpellier. Félicitations l'équipe. And a warm thank you to everyone who supported us, Ubisoft Global Accessibility Team, Jan, our families, our friends, and of course, you, the players. Thank you.
Congratulations. And now it's the next game from Pugstorm, the Swedish team behind the indie hit Core Keeper. Love it. And that is the perfect way to get into our next award, Best Family Game. Here are your nominees. Astrobot, Princess Peach Showtime, Super Mario Party Jamboree, The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, and The Plucky Squire. Wow, a lot of us are excited about Best Family Game. The Game Award goes to Astrobot.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's a massive honor for us to be getting the Family Game Award because it's something we've been working hard on for many, many years at Team Asobi. So first thing, I want to thank Team Asobi over in Japan, all 65 of you. Thank you so much. It's your heart and soul that went into this game, really trying to please and put smiles on people's faces. So this is really for you. Thank you so much. Making a family game is important because we're forming the first gaming memories of people. We all have first gaming memories, right? And so it's both a privilege, a big responsibility as well, but it's one we take very much at heart. So this award, it's for the kids and the parents out there. We love you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, the theater is filling up. Like I can see heads all the way back there. The energy is huge with our main show only minutes away. But I still have 2 more world premieres for you. First up, a new and very unexpected game from a studio that was nominated for 3 awards at the Game Awards 2022. Okay, would you believe me if I said I only have one more incredible world premiere for you? Get ready to have all your senses overloaded in the best way possible, of course. This is Solasta 2.
How dare you come alone, Shadwin? For many years you've sent waves of stone soldiers we've decimated. What can you achieve with your solitude that thousands couldn't?
Not thousands.
Millions!
That was the announcement of Solasta 2 from the Paris-based Tactical Adventures. All right, my friends, that is it for our opening act, but the 10th anniversary show is just getting started. The Game Awards main event is about to begin with tons of big awards, big new game announcements, and amazing performances by the TGA Orchestra, 21 Pilots, Snoop Dogg, and more. This is a Game Awards you definitely do not want to miss. All right, the countdown is over. The 2024 Game Awards starts now.
Welcome to the Game Awards 2024. Now, here's your host, the creator of the Game Awards, Jeff Keighley.
Good evening, everybody! Welcome to the Game Awards, the biggest global celebration of video games out there, and you have joined us on a very special night, our 10th anniversary. Welcome. You know, when we started TGA in 2014, we had no idea it would become as big as it is around the world. But I felt, like so many of you, that games and the people who make them and the fans deserve a moment like this. You watch this show because games are part of your identity. They mean something to you. And tonight is a tribute to just how far games have come and despite the challenges our industry faces, where they are going in the future. And let me just tell you, you have tuned in and joined us on a very special night. Our industry is constantly evolving. This year, 4 of our Game of the Year nominees were developed in Japan, 1 in China, China's first ever nomination for Game of the Year, and 1, Balatro, was made by a single guy, Local Thunk, who's here in the audience tonight in my home country of Canada. Isn't that amazing? Now, tonight for our anniversary show, we are joined by many special guests. First, it is a tremendous privilege to have this man with us. Back in the 1990s, he convinced Sony to enter the video game industry with the PlayStation, which this month celebrates its 30th anniversary. Please join me in welcoming the father of the PlayStation, the great Ken Kutaragi. Also tonight, we welcome a double nominee who's competing against herself in Best Adaptation. She stars in both Fallout and Arcane, the amazingly talented Ella Purnell. Welcome, Ella. And finally, we announced his studio at the first TGA, and in 2021, he won Game of the Year. And tonight, despite our better judgment, he's going to have the stage all to himself to reveal his next game a little bit later. Joseph Fares, welcome back, buddy. Now, as always, we're recognizing an outstanding year in gaming while looking at what's
Waldorf.
next.
What is it, Statler? How long is this bozo gonna go on?
Well, that's what I've been asking for the last 10 years.
Oh!
hey, guys, yeah, up here, host, yeah, we're you know, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Can you hear this? Boom!
Yeah, please wrap it up.
Statler and Waldorf, everybody. It's the last thing we need tonight. Listen, fellas, if you don't mind, we have a lot of people here in the audience waiting to see the show.
Yeah. Speaking of a lot of people, why isn't this theater full, huh?
Yeah, we heard you always sell out.
Oh, got him.
All right, let's keep the show rolling.
It's already rolling.
Off a cliff.
Oh!
Yeah, we're here all night, Statler and Waldorf. I don't know what we signed up for. All right, well, in any case, let's get this anniversary started. And to present tonight's first award, I couldn't think of a better duo. He's one of our industry's greatest creative forces, alongside one of our most talented performers. And they've teamed up for the newly released Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Please join me in welcoming Bethesda's Todd Howard and actor Troy Baker.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Now, as you know, the Game Awards for the last decade has celebrated the best performances in games by honoring some of my peers, some of my friends, like Nolan North, Roger Clark, yes, Laura Bailey.
Actually, Troy, have you ever won this award? Look, they do give an award for best indie game, and I think everybody here can agree you make a great case for best indie performance.
Oh. Well, thank you. I don't know about that. Thank you, though.
There was another guy, though.
You mean the other guy?
He's pretty good. Pretty
really
good.
Absolutely good.
I wonder what he thinks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. While you're on your feet, let's give a big round of applause to these two guys for the Great Circle. Thank you. I think this guy did a great job. If I'd known he was so good, I would have done it myself. Boy, let's get... And now, we're here to present the award for Best Performance. Here are the nominees.
Best Performance.
Wow, just look at it all. It's still going strong.
I should cross over and start asking questions. I think she's going to need our help.
This job, it's a death wish. I'm gonna finish it.
I know what you are. I don't need you anymore.
The shadow will always hang over me. What will I become?
And the winner is Melinda Juergens.
Oh my God, this is an incredible honor. Like, I'm gonna cry. I don't know where to start. I want to big shout out to my fellow nominees. You are all incredible. I want to thank our incredibly talented team at Ninja Theory, who are just so amazing. Our cast, our crew, our stunt team, like they've done just such a great job. Our collaborators and especially our fans who have been so supportive of us. Thank you so much. And also, congratulations to the Game Awards for 10 incredible years. Thank you.
Congratulations, Melina. Our first two-time winner for Best Performance. She won back in 2017 for the first Hellblade. All right, we have lots more awards to come, but are you guys ready to get a glimpse of what's next? Yes, it is world premiere time. For our 10th anniversary, I traveled the world to ask developers, what could you share with fans that will give a glimpse not just of what's coming in 2025, that we'll have lots of that too, but what lies beyond for the next decade of gaming. Tonight's first game announcement is an absolute honor to share with you. It comes from a Game of the Year winning studio whose immersive storytelling has thrilled players with every twist and turn. So without further ado, here's a look at the unexpected.
Dearest daughter, I've watched ye grow from a devilishly curious child into a remarkably young lass with much grace, wisdom, and kindness. Take the easy times what shape us, nay. 'Tis how we rise to face the hard times what does that for us. Ye've an heart of gold. Ye've the spirit to overcome adversities aplenty. Darling, sweeten. Today's the day ye fill out your destiny. Forgive me, daughter. 'Twere my only choice.
I shall shall be the bringer of salvation.
A witcher? Witcher! Whose coin did ye take? Nay, you can't. 'Tis tradition. Chosen she is, by the gods!
No! You chose her. Back to the village. Go, now.
Nay! I must save them! Save the village!
Save yourself! Run! To shelter! To your father! Run!
She were to go to the woods. The chosen one. His tradition.
Oh no, no, no.
It's all we wanted. For her to go to the woods. To go to the gods.
Gods? There are no gods here. There are only monsters.
Time for a new saga. See you on the path.
There you have it, the very first trailer for The Witcher 4 from CD Projekt Red. And yes, as you saw, obviously Ciri will play the protagonist in that title, and we're very excited to hear more about it. You ready to have more fun? Because tonight, trust me, the surprises just keep coming all night long. Right now, I am proud to present a brand new standalone game. Please watch.
days of redemption. You were chosen. Thrown together by forces beyond our control. Tragedy must be averted. And for that, I need your help.
Stand tall. The night is far from over. Little pillager, bent on sacking the lands of gold. I will swat away any and all who dare approach.
Band together and prepare to claim. The life of the Night Lord.
Now you know why I was so excited. There you have it. Elden Ring Night Raid is a new co-op action-adventure game from Bandai Namco Entertainment and From Software, the only studio that's won Game of the Year twice before here at the Game Awards, and it is coming next year, 2025. Now, trust me when I say we are just getting started. Some of the biggest surprises, believe it or not, are still to come, as well as performances by Snoop Dogg and 21 Pilots, and awards presented by previous winners like Hideo Kojima and Sam Lake. But right now, here's news on a new platform for one of this year's Game of the Year nominees.
Time to kick it up a notch.
The time has come.
Sephiroth!
At last, our long-awaited reunion.
Let us hurry. There is nothing to fear here.
That's what scares me.
Messing with powers beyond your control.
I'm always in control.
Are you sure about this?
Don't worry. I do this all the time.
Find a way out before we're crushed!
A gun and a whip.
You'd be surprised how often it comes in handy.
Welcome back. I made it to the main show. You couldn't get rid of me that easily. For a limited time only, Prime members in the US can go to amazon.com/The Game Awards to get up to 50% off select nominees: Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Silent Hill 2, and Star Wars Outlaws.
From HBO's House of the Dragon, please welcome Abu Bakr Salim.
Thank you. Don't worry, I'm not gonna cry about my dead dad this time. But I'm here to present an award that celebrates victory. The thrill of conquering your foes in a battle where physical and mental prowess collide in a struggle that feels like the most important fight of your life. And no, I'm not talking about Twitter, but I am talking about the best action game. Here are your nominees.
Best Action Game.
And the Game Award goes to Black Myth Wukong.
谢谢大家。非常荣幸能够获得这个奖项。首先要感谢每一位玩家，是你们的支持，让这样一个关于勇气和智慧的东方神话，得以在这样的一个舞台上绽放光彩。也要感谢主办方，没有在我上台的过程中设置空气墙。
Thank you, everyone. We are deeply honored to receive these awards. A heartfelt thanks to every player. It's you who brought the tale of wisdom and courage rooted in Eastern mythology to life on this stage. And of course, a sincere gratitude to the Game Awards for not placing any invisible walls on my way up here.
这份荣誉属于团队的每一位成员，也属于在幕后默默支持我们的家人和朋友们。如果没有你们，我现在大概率还在调试和增强二郎神，而不是代表团队站在这里领这个沉重的铁坨坨。
This award belongs to every single member of our team, as well as our family and friends who have supported us behind the scene. Without you, I'd be like sitting at home testing the boss rush mode and buffing Erlang instead of standing here representing our team.
最后我想说的是，《黑神话：悟空》这个游戏真的不难，尤其适合没有玩过动作游戏的玩家。相信我，谢谢。
Lastly, I want to say this: our game isn't hard at all. It's perfect for players new to action games. Trust me on this. Thank you.
Congratulations, Game Science. At the Game Awards, our aspiration is to create moments that define our medium and remind us all why we became fans in the first place. 5 years ago, I had the pleasure of having lunch with one of our industry's most treasured game makers. And just recently, he finally shared an ambitious vision for his next project. Tonight, as a very special gift for our 10th anniversary, I am beyond honored to reveal this stunning new project for the first time anywhere, with an early look at real gameplay footage of this studio's highly anticipated upcoming title. Let's take a look at this announcement trailer that I'm sure will capture your imagination.
As I do recall, very swift and much 25 kilometers radius of ground zero now. Seconds. 55 seconds. 50 seconds. 45 seconds. 30 seconds. 35 seconds. Shot range in 30 seconds. 25 seconds. 20 seconds. 15 seconds.
That was your early first look at the Untitled Next project from Fumito Ueda-san, a creator who pushes our medium forward with each of his incredible creations. You can just feel the emotional depth of that game in that beautiful piece. Ueda-san and Gen Design, thank you so much for this announcement reveal. Next February marks the release of Sid Meier's Civilization VII, the latest installment in one of our industry's longest running and most successful franchises. Tonight, we are honored to welcome the Game Awards Orchestra, conducted by Lauren Balfe, to world premiere the stunning theme to Civ 7, composed by Grammy Award-winning composer Christopher Tin, who joins us tonight. I think you're gonna love this. Maestro, take it away. Absolutely incredible. Thank you to the TGA Orchestra and Lauren. There's much more to come from them throughout the night, including our signature Game of the Year medley. You can look forward to that. Right now, it's time to get the first look at gameplay of a project from a studio that has previously been nominated for Game of the Year.
From the studio that brought you Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic, Part 2. Neverwinter Nights, Part 2. And Fallout 3, Part 2. New Vegas. Comes a completely original Part 2. And like all good sequels, we've included everything that should have been in the first game. More action. More weapons. And more graphics. Get ready for an adventure that took 3 times longer to make, but will almost certainly be 2 times bigger.
Baby, 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 you ain't seen nothing yet. Baby, you stay nothing yet. Feel something that you never gonna forget. Baby, you stay nothing yet.
In 2025, welcome back to the future. Try not to break it again. The Outer Worlds 2.
I'm not interested in hiring any more idiots. I'm looking for people of tact and vision and perspicacity.
Please welcome the director of Hazelight Studios, winner of Game of the Year for It Takes Two, Joseph Fares.
All right, I can't tell you how pumped and excited I am to be here today to show you our next thing. I mean, I'm telling you, at Hazelight, we have a saying where we say, we fuck shit up without fucking up. And no, listen. This time, it's some next level shit, I'm telling you. I mean, no, what we're gonna show you is gonna be amazing. I know I sound cocky, but it's really hard not to be cocky when you have a game like this. Are you ready? All right, let's roll Hazelight's next co-op adventure. Go.
We sure cause a lot of explosions.
Okay, you better get ready, because I'm about to show you Hazelight's next co-op adventure called Split Fiction. And let me tell you this, get ready for a ride. You play as Mio and Zoe, 2 aspiring writers that hope to get published by a new tech company that can simulate their stories to life.
I can't do this.
Please calm down.
It's time.
You can't shut it. No!
Accidentally, they end up in the same simulation.
What are you doing in my story? Something bad is going on here.
And there, they find out that their stories are about to get stolen.
No one escapes my simulation.
And in order to save them, they have to escape back to reality through the very worlds that they created.
Hands above your heads.
But the thing is, they're strangers, and Miu writes sci-fi, while Zoe writes fantasy. So you will, for every level in the game, jump between a sci-fi world and a fantasy world. We at Hazelight love variation, and you'll have a unique mechanic for every level. Let me give you some examples. In this level, you start out by finding dragon eggs that hatch.
Hey, stop licking.
then they become a little bit bigger dragons with new abilities. But in the end, they grow up to be full-ass dragons. And now, you can fly around and kick ass. In another level, you play these ball droids that can magnetize and shift to different forms. And then, the droids become your exosuits. And you can now attack and hack different objects. Here's another one. You play as pigs, and they later become... Anyway, let's not talk about that level for now. And as always, with the Friends Pass, you only need to buy one copy of the game to play it with your friend online. That's what Hazelight is about. No loot boxes, no microtransactions, and no bullshit. You just get the game.
You have unpaid parking tickets. Time to die.
Excuse me?
And the good, look, wait. The good part with this game is coming out March 6th. So you will be playing it in 2 months, so that's nothing. One more thing. Just want to say, in the trailer, they called me and Zoe, my daughters, it's their name. They're also in the audience. Put the camera, let them show how cute they are. There, hello! Hey, Papa! Yeah, of course, my wife is beautiful too, I don't forget to, of course. Yes, and I want to say one last thing. My team Hazelight is watching at home. My beautiful team, I just want to say thank you, jag älskar er. And thank you everybody, I love you so much. I'm looking forward to be part of this industry. I love everybody. Goodbye.
Joseph, what a guy. I spent some time with him in Sweden this summer and played a few hours of Split Fiction. It really is everything you'd want it to be. A great follow-up to It Takes Two that Joseph won for Game of the Year. It's been so amazing to have so many Game of the Year winners back with us again tonight revealing new projects. All right, we have much more Game Awards to come. During the show, those of you in the U.S. can head to tgalegion.com for a chance to win one of 20 Glacier White Lenovo Legion 7i laptops, which have the power to handle the latest games.
This Lenovo Legion 7i has the power we need to finally beat the impossible level. These frames are so high, I can see every NPC. Oh, except that one!
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Best gaming processor, advanced by AMD.
It appears Moorcroft's little project is as real as they say.
Let's start the party!
All right, we're back here at the Game Awards, and we have so much more to share with you. Now, when we created the TGA in 2014, I wanted to celebrate the people who devote their lives to entertaining and sometimes comforting or affecting us through video games. In fact, 25 years ago back in college, I started writing a series of articles called Behind the Games, chronicling the development of games like Half-Life and Metal Gear Solid 2, because I knew games were nothing without the people behind them. Now, the sad reality is that over the past few years, the gaming industry has suffered significant and unprecedented industry-wide layoffs. Those affect the games we get to play and, even more importantly, the people who make the games we love. We can debate and certainly disagree with the reasons why, and honestly, as a show, we kind of struggle with how to address these topics in a constructive way. But this year, inside of these challenges, we found greatness. I'm proud to share with you the story of a single individual who saw developers in need and did something truly extraordinary. Meet TGA's first ever Game Changer.
Starting in early 2023, significant waves of layoffs started in the games industry.
It strikes you, it hurts, right? It's like a ton of bricks.
What am I supposed to do?
Tens of thousands of gamers have been laid off at a level that is unprecedented in the industry's history.
I love this brand, I love this company. Oh my goodness, what am I going to do?
I actually started in games relatively late. Even though I've loved the industry ever since I was a little child, because there weren't games jobs around here, I stayed passionate about it and broke through in basically my late 30s. I had seen a few friends get laid off before Thanksgiving, and I said to my wife, Jess, this is unacceptable. Hi everybody, it's Amir, and I'm here to help support you as you look for your next opportunity in video games. I can't imagine what it must feel like for someone to have to go to their family around the holidays and say, I don't have a job, I don't know what's gonna happen. I had a robust background in things like data analysis, and I said, well, I can do something with this. I started a community with one resource.
We just started putting together a list of all the job openings out there.
And over iteration after iteration, it ended up becoming a suite of several different resources. We have 2,300 coaching volunteers who've given people over 50,000 community coaching conversations for free.
He's pure pro bono, Amir.
There is no payment. He doesn't take anything back from the community.
I'm proud to say we've helped place nearly 3,000 people in jobs.
Amir is like career Santa Claus.
If it weren't for Amir and for this community, I wouldn't have even known this job was here.
He has created this beacon of light.
Please join me in welcoming a man who has the well-being of the game developer community in his heart. On behalf of the Game Awards, I'm honored to present the first ever TGA Game Changer, Amir Satvat.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. No, you're breathtaking. Thank you, Jeff, and the Game Awards for this extraordinary honor. I can't help but say that I love video games with all my heart. To all game makers everywhere, you are seen and treasured
and our community will always be there to help you. Over the last 3 years, we've lost more than 34,000 jobs, a staggering amount of games experience eliminated. This has consequences. You can't make great games without great people. I'm proud of so many of you who have already joined me to make an impact, and I really have to thank everyone in our community who gave all their time and commitment to build it. As we gather here tonight for this amazing celebration, I challenge everyone to ask themselves, what more can we each do to make our industry better? I dedicate this to my grandparents in heaven and to our Game Awards watch party back home, my wife, our 3 sons, and my parents, who really devoted their lives to me and taught me that my value lies in how I treat other people. Growing up, all I ever wanted was to be a part of the video game industry. As a kid from Farmington, Connecticut, it felt a world away. Not anymore. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Omega Day, 2067. We witnessed the end of the old world and the beginning of an unimaginable power. It unleashed the promise of our civilization, forging souls into steel, turning hope into a hunt for the fate of humanity. For Starfall.
Rise, partner. Our hunt for Starfall begins. Raise hell, exert control. For mankind depends on our victory. You will face a new power and devastating enemies. But this is your time. Unleash the hunter within.
That was the announcement of Steel Hunters, which you can play test tonight. I played that back in the summer, and it plays as good as it looks. Definitely has a Transformers vibe to it, as you can see. Really fun game. All right, and now I'm proud to reveal one of the most beautiful games I've seen in a long time, developed by an incredible team up in Canada.
welcome to the stage the founder of Gearbox, Randy Pitchford.
Borderlands fans know why I'm here, right? This is the moment. Everybody at Gearbox is watching right now, and I'm kind of freaking out. Listen, this is the thing. You fans of Borderlands, you're why we fight. Every pixel of Borderlands is made with heart and soul, handcrafted by the Gearbox team. We're all giving it everything we got, you guys. We're putting everything we have into this game. And listen, I can go on talking about Borderlands 4, or I could just show you Borderlands 4. Who wants me to keep talking? Anybody? And who wants me to roll the trailer for Borderlands Mother Fluffin' 4? As you wish, the world premiere first look at Borderlands 4. That was Borderlands 4, and now we have an exciting and unexpected announcement from a legendary role-playing game franchise.
On this, my sword, I swear, to shield the Firebird's flame forevermore. And I, for hope.
Descends down! To many flames! Then stay down!
The only fantasy here is yours!
Defeat!
Our flames burn as one!
There you go. Clive is joining Tekken 8 next week. Right now, we want to recognize more nominees and winners in some other categories here at the Game Awards. Here are the nominees for Most Anticipated Game: Death Stranding 2 On the Beach, Ghost of Yotei, Grand Theft Auto 6, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, and Monster Hunter Wilds. And this year, the Game Award goes to Grand Theft Auto 6. Congratulations, Rockstar. Here are your nominees for Best Multiplayer Game: Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Helldivers 2, Super Mario Party Jamboree, Tekken 8, and Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2. This year, the Game Award goes to Helldivers 2. Congratulations, Arrowhead. Now the nominees for Best Community Support: Baldur's Gate 3, Final Fantasy XIV, Fortnite, Helldivers 2, and No Man's Sky. The Game Award goes to Baldur's Gate 3. Congratulations, Larian. Now your nominees for Best Art Direction: Astrobot, Black Myth Wukong, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree, Metaphor ReFantazio, and Neva. The Game Award goes to Metaphor ReFantazio. We have many more awards to come in the Game Awards, but right now, here's a new look at Splitgate 2 that blends gunplay, movement, and portals, coming in 2025.
Playing for keeps with no losses, dripping around with no frosting. Look at the team, our bosses, paying our dues when we don't care what it costing. Doesn't matter to me if you coming for one of mine, I'm coming for anybody, everybody in line, yes, fine, now who I got for mine? Run it up, run it, run it, run it, run it up. Run it, run it, run it, run it up. Zone is active. That's my crew. Big barrel bills are blue. No way that we could lose. We live in life we choose. We can't start telling, turn me up. Not for a nine to the whole world is blind. Doesn't matter to me if you coming for one of mine. Now I'm coming for anybody, everybody in line. Yeah, fine. Now who I got for mine? Aye. That's my crew.
Events are weaving together quickly now, Rook. The fate of the world shall be decided soon.
It will not be easy. But you are this world's only hope.
Vess. This is your one shot. Get in with the underworld's most dangerous syndicates and pull off the greatest heist the Outer Rim has ever seen.
Nominated tonight for Best Adaptation, Riot's Arcane is a stunning animated series based on the League of Legends franchise.
早いんだよ。
They just keep coming tonight. That's right. There's a new full entry in the legendary Virtua Fighter series now in development at Sega, and you can find out more in that special direct broadcast. Tonight, we've got another announcement for you. Check this one out.
Tonight I've got a little something special for you. We're gonna try out a brand new tool. Oh my, your music, your setting praise. Let's sing together. Let's keep on singing another day. With music I'll never stray. Sweet that you're my life. For love of music, let's keep on singing night and day. With a music.
That's right. RGG Studio, nominated tonight for 4 times for Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, has not 1 but 2 projects in the works, and we are honored to reveal both of those titles for the first time here tonight. Now to present our next award, please join me in welcoming a dear friend who also happens to be one of our industry's most innovative creative spirits. He's been with us since the very beginning of TGA in 2014 and is currently hard at work on Death Stranding 2 on the beach and OD. Please welcome an industry icon, Hideo Kojima!
まず、TGA 10周年おめでとうございます、ジェフも。
First and foremost, congratulations on TGA's 10th anniversary.
僕は1回目から参加させていただいてますけども、年々 TGA は大きくなってきてます。もともと制作者を称える賞でしたけども、今では世界の業界と関係者が集い、プレイヤーと結ぶ非常に重要な賞となっています。で、ゲームだけでもなく映画やアニメ、音楽といったデジタルエンターテインメントと架け橋というか結ぶ重要な賞だと思っています。今後20年30年ですね、ますます大きくなっていくと思います。で、僕もできる限り応援したいと思っています。
I've had the privilege of participating since the very first TGA, and I've witnessed how the role of TGA has grown every year. Not only does it celebrate the achievements of those involved in the gaming industry, but it has also evolved into an event that brings together industry's professionals from around the world, focusing deeper connections with the players. TGA now serves as a bridge, not just within the gaming industry, but also between gaming and other digital entertainment, such as film, television, anime, and music. This role will undoubtedly become even more important in the next 20, 30 years. I'm looking forward to supporting that too.
ゲームディレクションっていうのは、数多くのアイデアをまとめて一つの作品に昇華する非常に大切な、役割だと思っています。今日ノミネートされているタイトルは、数百名から1000人を超えるチームもありますけども、数名で作ったタイトルもあります。小さな手漕きのボートでも、数百人が乗る、 巨大な豪華客船でも数百数千の船団でもやっぱり方向を示すですね、舵取りが非常に重要だと思っています。まさにその舵取りがゲームディレクションだと思っています。
Game direction plays an important role in bringing together countless ideas and uniting them into single cohesive work. Tonight's nominees for this award includes projects created by teams of hundreds or even thousands, as well as those made by just a few people. Yet, all of them have a clear and unified vision. Whether it's a small boat, a large cruise ship, or a fleet of boats, a helmsman is required, and that helmsman is the direction.
はい、ではノミネート作品を紹介します。
So, someone involved in direction, I'm honored to introduce the nominees for Best Game Direction.
Best Game Direction.
Cleanse the world with blood.
Come now and travel to the realm of shadow.
It's good to have you back, Cloud.
We shape our own destiny with our own hands.
And now, the winner is Astrobot.
Wow, thank you so much. We didn't have a speech ready for this one. This is really amazing. So thank you so much. Team Asobi, back home, all of you, really, this is for you. Game direction is, of course, like as Kojima-san said, like an ensemble of things, and but actually in our case, it's really like every single person on the team coming and really bringing their own vision and being responsible for their own work. So you are all game directors back home, and I'm really dedicate this one to you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Nico and Team Asobi. And now, let's journey to another world for our next announcement.
Attention, citizens! Across the galaxy, the valiant Helldivers have fought to protect our way of life. But I am here with grave tidings. Managed democracy is imperiled like never before. Homes are being ravaged. Families are being abducted. And you could be next. That is, unless you direct your undivided attention to the following announcement. And remember, freedom conquers all.
They arrived without warning, laying waste to our peaceful colonies, crushing all resistance. They stole our citizens' homes and their minds. And something much, much worse, their freedom. But when our citizens are attacked, our greatest heroes arrive to set them free. Together, we will save our people from this tortured existence. For we are those who stand in the way of all tyranny, who will give our lives today for a freer tomorrow, who will take back control of freedom. And deliver peace to our homes. We are the Helldivers.
Now, please welcome the creative director of Warframe, Rebecca Ford.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Thank goodness for waterproof mascara. The music has been a lot. That's amazing. But hi, everyone. I'm here on behalf of the Warframe team. We are here at the 10th year of the Game Awards. It was actually 12 years ago that we launched the alpha build of Warframe, and it changed the lives of our team. Our irreplaceable community has allowed us the privilege to be up on stage 12 years later to present to the world our next major update. We are going to show you the final trailer for Warframe 1999 and the release date. But before we hit play, if you don't know what Warframe is, if this is your first time hearing it, we don't know anymore either, but we're still having a lot of fun making it. And 12 years ago, we never could have imagined that our alpha build has turned into something like this. We are forever grateful for our community. Thank you for giving us the best version of yourselves, Tenno. Please enjoy our trailer. It launches tomorrow. Thank you, Tenno. Please enjoy.
I realize what I am asking. But you, of all people, understand what is at stake. For the sake of everything before and to come.
Scoldra think they've contained the outbreak here, but the tech rot here is different. Patient.
19 hours till we're popping corks or vaporized. We get in Trati and put a stop to this.
Tenno, if you are seeing this, your loop has been altered. You and I are trapped here. You know what this means.
We're gonna have to risk it.
Arthur, this place is swarming with Scoldra.
I've seen enough, Albrecht! Maybe we cut our losses like we should have done weeks ago. Albrecht, I have seen enough.
I told you this was a setup.
You Trotty, get...
That looks great, and if you're watching TGA on Twitch or Steam, you can get a free Nyx Warframe tonight during the show. Still to come, Snoop Dogg takes the stage with world premiere new music and the Game Awards Orchestra returns. But first, earlier this year, Palworld took over the internet and broke records for the independent studio Pocket Pair. Tonight, we have a first look at the game's next update.
Rover, one is furious about your choice this time.
Follow the true law.
We have the answers we wanted already. I will not back down.
The Montelli family extend an invitation for you to grace Laguna with your esteemed presence and partake in the celebration. I too am curious to see what truths await them.
This for that. This for that. This for that. This for that. Who's the black sheep? What's the black sheep? Now know who I am or when I'm coming, so you sleep. Know you heard the others. Only still the lovers. Then of course, the choice is yours. You can get with this or you can get with that. You can get with this or you can get with that. You can get with this or you can get with that. I think we're good with this, for this is where it's at. Where it's at. Come on. This for that. This for that. This for that.
Creativity unrivaled anywhere. Advanced by AMD.
We're back with another deal. For a limited time only, Prime members in the US can go to amazon.com/thegameawards to get $50 in-store credit when you buy MetaQuest 3S.
From Yacht Club Games, winner of Best Independent Game at the first Game Awards, please welcome Celia Schilling and Sean Velasco.
10 years ago, we were called onto the stage, completely stunned, as Shovel Knight, our first game, took home the first ever Best Independent Game Award. Now, thank you. And now, Shovel Knight is getting old enough to become vintage in its own right.
This year, a new set of developers released their first game. They're just getting started, yet they've already created something extraordinary. We're excited to see how their talents will shape the industry for the next 10 years.
These are the nominees for Best Debut Indie Game.
Best Debut Indie.
And the Game Award goes to Volatro.
I appreciate that, but none of us are local thunk. We are honored, though, to accept this on his behalf. And while he's not one for the spotlight, he does like to shine his spotlight on other games that he thinks deserve equal recognition. So not only wants to recognize all nominees tonight, but also all indie games that were launched this year that might have flown under the radar. Now, what he would like for you is to explore this world of indie games, and I think you'll find a scene of extremely talented and creative developers who are crafting beautiful experience for you to enjoy every single day. Now, Local Thunk, I know you're probably thinking if you can give this away to another team that you think deserves it more, but sorry, Arco, he has to take this home. So, Local Thunk, you have earned this, and you deserve this. And everyone at PlayStech is just so proud of you, of what you've done. And I hope that at least tonight, you get to enjoy this. Thank you.
Congratulations, Local Thunk. All right, as we've been saying all night long, we have some very special game announcements tonight. And this is certainly one of those. Enjoy.
Feels like I'm getting less human by the minute.
That was definitely a good one. I had a great time seeing that game this summer out in Osaka. I love that franchise and how it combines swordplay and a Japanese dark fantasy setting with some amazing over-the-top enemies, as you saw in that announcement trailer. Thank you to Capcom for that. All right, now let's get an update on the first Berserker, Kazan.
Hey everyone, I'm Joe Russo.
And I'm Anthony Russo, and we're thrilled to be back on the Game Awards to introduce a brand new trailer for the first Berserker, Kazan, a game rooted in the legendary Dungeon and Fighter universe.
Our studio Agbo collaborated closely with our friends at Neopol and Nexon to create this action-packed cinematic trailer brought to life in Agbo's signature style.
We're excited to unveil it here at the Game Awards along with the official launch date.
Stay tuned until the end and enjoy the reveal.
That was the first Berserker Kazan, coming in March, as you saw. A great hardcore action RPG. And now we're thrilled to show you another game set in the Dungeon and Fighter universe for the first time anywhere. Arad is an open world action RPG developed in Unreal Engine 5. It's coming to Steam, console, and mobile. Here's the first ever look. Looks great. All right, next is the open world zombie adventure Dying Light, the Beast from Techland. We announced this at Gamescom. It's got combat, parkour, and nights you may not survive. Here's a brand new look at the game, which is coming in the summer of 2025.
It's not your fault, Kyle.
I do not feel obliged to believe that the same God who has endowed us with sense, reason, and intellect has intended us to forego their use. He has gifted us the means to decipher the code of nature, and it's our highest purpose we must strive to accomplish. I only answer to this divine calling. And you.
Do you see who's the real beast here?
Now we'd like to honor some of tonight's other nominees and winners. Here are the nominees for Best Action Adventure Game: Astrobot, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, Silent Hill 2, Star Wars Outlaws, and The Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom. This year, the Game Award goes to Astrobot. Congratulations, another win tonight. I think that's 3. Here are the nominees for Best RPG: Dragon's Dogma 2, Elden Ring: Shadow of the Erdtree, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Like a Dragon: Infinite Wealth, and Metaphor: ReFantazio. And the Game Award goes to Metaphor: ReFantazio. Congratulations, Ashina Shojima. Here are the nominees for Content Creator of the Year: Queso, Illawan, Techno Gamers, Typical Gamer, and Usada Pekara. And the Game Award goes to Queso! Congratulations. Here are the nominees for Best Sports Racing Game: F1 24, EA Sports FC 25, NBA 2K 25, Top Spin 2K 25, and WWE 2K 24. Gotcha. And the Game Award goes to EA Sports FC 25. Now our nominees for Best Sim Strategy Game: Age of Mythology Retold, Frostpunk 2, Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess, Nannerlords, and Unicorn Overlord. And the Game Award goes to Frostpunk 2. Congratulations to all those winners.
Did you catch all that?
No, but I wish the rest of the show went that fast.
Yeah, it's like the game commercials with award interruptions.
Oh! Yeah. Oh, hey, someone watching online saw us on the show.
Oh, yeah? What did they say?
Let's see. Riverrunner445 said, "Have you two ever considered becoming developers?"
We're already developers.
We are?
Yeah. By watching this show, we're developing an immunity to bad entertainment.
Oh!
Yeah. Oh, wait. Huh? There's Kojima, look. Ooh. Did you know that Jeff Keighley's friends with him?
Yeah, but does Kojima know that? Yeah. Oh, boy. Wow, looky there. Apparently right now, 100 million people around the world are watching this show.
Yeah, and the other 8 billion people have better sense.
Yeah, hey, look. Jadebot 6 is asking, why are Statler and Waldorf at the Game Awards?
It's a great question. I've been asking myself the same thing. Help!
Yeah,
help!
It's showtime!
Watch me do it. Watch me do it.
Handheld gaming revolutionized. Advanced by AMD.
You like watching TV shows and movies? Don't watch on that. You want a Quest. Look at that. It's a movie theater in your living room. What? And you want to go to the gym. then you remember gyms. Bring the gym to you.
Let's do this.
Ah, that's what I'm talking about. Whoa!
over in Stockholm, Sweden, that made this possible. So please, a round of applause for our amazing devs. Thank you. So thanks the Game Awards for this honor. This really is an honor for all of us. Thank you PlayStation and our partners for believing in us over all of these years. And also, and most importantly, thanks to our amazing players for the support over this last year. It's been super inspiring to see everything that you've done with the game since we launched it, and we are very committed to keep going with this game for many more years to come. So thanks a lot, and for Super Earth.
Congratulations to Arrowhead, and thank you, Snoop. He's dropping like it's hot right now in Fortnite Festival Season 6 after an appearance in Chapter 2 Remix. And later tonight, he will be back live on stage, premiering brand new Snoop Dogg music. You are not going to want to miss that performance. But right now, we're thrilled to share the announcement of a brand new game from a beloved game developer.
Who?
Never heard of them. Oh, that game. You got way too angry playing that.
That game turned you into a psychopath.
What?
You threw a right tantrum.
No, I didn't.
You said if I tried to pass you one more onion, you'd...
I told you 1,000 times we didn't need any more onions. Okay, yeah, things did get a little heated.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. What did I miss?
Shh,
it started.
Hey, you're blocking the screen. Rude.
What is going on back there? This looks pretty good. Oh, this looks wicked.
Oh my.
Oh, it's a two-player. And they're showing so much gameplay. Oh, no. What's happening?
Drew, what was that? Did you feel that?
Oh, I don't understand what's happening.
This would never have happened at E3.
What the heck is that?
Huh?
That's a fun one. Stage Fright is the next co-op game from the incredible team at Ghost Town Games, the creators of Overcooked, that I know we've all played over the years, and I am so thrilled to share that with you tonight here on the show. And now it's time to head to a familiar place, the home of iconic novels and television shows, and now an upcoming action-adventure game.
In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. In the name of the Father, I charge you to be just. In the name of the Mother, I charge you to defend the innocent. Arise, a knight of Lennon's Rest.
Castle Black is the only thing standing between the White Walkers and the Seven Kingdoms. We could use your help.
I'm nothing but a northern bastard from a powerless house.
Don't underestimate northern bastards. Someone must gather the support of the great houses.
Attaining your father's name will be hard. Making your own will be harder. It is up to you to decide which is more worth your while.
Modesty won't get you very far in King's Landing. Do at least try to feign a little arrogance. We find it far more familiar.
You've seen the White Walkers yourself. You know what they can do. They have to be stopped.
John, I will see it done.
Like it or not, winter is coming.
All right, hunters, get ready. Monster Hunter Now brings the monster hunting action to mobile, letting you take down epic monsters on the go. We're excited to introduce Season 4 Roars from the Winter Wind. Introducing Switch Axe, Tundra Habitat, and even more monsters to discover. Look, there's one right now. Tonight, you'll get an exclusive bundle to kick off your next adventure by using the code TGA2024. So, grab your gear, download Monster Hunter Now, and prepare for the hunt. Now, here's the trailer for Season 4. Let's check it out.
You got it! Stop! Go, 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 go! Hit! Oh my god! Danny!
Finally making its Monster Hunter Now debut, T-Rex! Lagombi! Get ready to hunt them and wield your own Switch Axe! A new season begins! Monster Hunter Now!
It begins. Another battle.
Let's get this done.
It is time we settle this. Shadows surround you.
Let's go. No time to waste. Feel the dragon's wrath! Tensatsu Yojiki!
Let's end this!
You are all weak. Who is your king?
You call.
Are you the king of the humans?
Arise.
Power your dreams. Advanced by AMD.
Longing, ambition, vengeance. Powerful emotions that fuel our lives. But are they enough when death lurks around return. When fear and destruction consume us. Again and again and again. Join my tournament. Find out once and for all what it takes to defy death. Show me the strength of your will, Screamers!
You all know the drill. Run your routes. Clear any infected you see. You run into anything you can't handle. You come back.
Dina, run! This way! Hurry!
I have to finish it. You killed my friends. You can't stop this.
PlayStation.
Please welcome, from The Last of Us Part 2, Shannon Woodward. And from Season 2 of HBO's The Last of Us, Isabella Mirsad.
Hello. Hi, Dina.
Oh, hi, Dina.
Hey. So...
What brings you here tonight?
Well, I'm just really excited because we're about to present the best adaptation. And we were a part of an adaptation in many ways, and there is no words right now for me to read, so this is all riffing and improv. Oh, and it got me thinking. I know that while we both spent a lot of time with Ellie, we heard so many lame puns.
Oh, God, so many lame puns. You know, actually, there was one. Did she ever tell you the one about tripping over your girlfriend's bra?
No, not this one again. No.
Yeah, it was a real booby trap.
Oh, yeah. Hey, but hey, have you ever heard the one about trying to catch some fog? I did, but I missed it.
Oof. Wow, guys, these puns could not be worse. But Ellie's pretty great, yeah?
Yeah, she has her moments. Okay, but last one. Did you hear about why the Scarecrow won an award earlier in the show?
Dina, please.
He was outstanding in his field.
Much like these TV shows were outstanding in their field of best adaptation. Here are the nominees.
Best Adaptation.
Wrath must be met with wrath.
You look out at this wasteland, looks like chaos. I am an Echidna warrior.
All I wanted was to be a dragon.
I'm looking for something connected to my past. Something important.
And the award goes to, the Game Award goes to Fallout.
I've spent most of the evening coming up with ways to heckle Ella for when she won for Arcane, so I don't really have a speech, but I want to thank Graham and Geneva, our extraordinary showrunners who can't be here tonight because they're too busy making season 2. I want to thank Ella, Walton, Aaron, the rest of our extraordinary cast and our extraordinary crew, Amazon, Kilter. I want to thank the fans of Fallout New Vegas for not burning my house to the ground. You'll be very happy you didn't. Last but not least, I want to thank Todd. Todd and the extraordinary team at Bethesda, who were absolutely the most incredible collaborators you could possibly imagine. Thank you.
I too have to thank our cast and crew, everybody involved in this show, led by my friend and the incredible Jonah Nolan. And really to everybody who's worked on Fallout over the years, everybody at Bethesda that I've worked with on Fallout for 20 years now, it's been incredible. We are so blessed with the best fans there are. Thank you all for supporting everything we do. Thank you.
Congratulations to Fallout. Next up, we head to the year 2097 and the co-op heist FPS Den of Wolves from Ulf Anderson, the creator of Payday 1 and 2 and GTFO. Here's your first look at the gameplay.
Midway City, an unregulated corporate haven in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The new land of opportunity. The only thing that matters here. Is the bottom line. Industrial espionage. Sabotage. Assassinations. Who gets into this line of work? It could be you.
This is New Eridu, the last city on the planet. Despite the seemingly hopeless situation, we've clung to a strange sense of joy, enduring one wave after another. Even if our destruction is inevitable, we'll confront it on our own terms. This is the place.
Target detected. Prepare for action. I've never hesitated to fight for you.
I wield my blade only against evil.
Take it easy. I've got a lot to live for.
It's all because of her. Led us to a dead end.
That's a new look at Zenless Zone Zero, a nominee tonight, and the reveal of Astra, the most well-known celebrity in New Eridu. And now here's a new look at version 3.0 of Honkai Star Rail, coming in January, and a look at the upcoming adventures in Amorphous.
Car ready for detachment. 3, 2, 1. I'm over here. Next to you.
Fortnite as a Season 6 festival icon. And starting today, you can also grab Platinum Festival icons, The Weeknd, Lady Gaga, Billie Eilish, and Karol G. Also this year, once again, we had the Game Awards vote in Fortnite Island, where the Fortnite community picked Murder Mystery as their favorite island of the year. You can head to the TGA Island right now to check out all the nominees and meet metahuman Jeff. Yes, that's actually a thing. Stick around, much more Game Awards ahead, including more surprise new game reveals. That's right, we are far from done. And awards like Best Narrative, and of course, Game of the Year with the Game Awards Orchestra.
Zelda's adventure begins with monsters? She can learn echoes of pots, meat, and even enemies. Ha! A delicious distraction. Uh-oh. Plan B. Time to fly, Zelda! With so many echoes to learn, how you use them is up to you. The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, available now only on Nintendo Switch.
Hey, you're in a PC Game Pass ad. Want new games on day one?
Yeah.
Bet. We got you. Cool safe house. Next. How about a new career with EA Play? Ribs got booed. This is my kind of office party.
I want to play with all the League of Legends champions.
Riot benefits. Say less. We got you.
I meant the ones in the game?
Hey, PC Game Pass. We got you.
That's me. That's right.
This rat cult spreads through Gotham like a plague. I have to stop it, even if it consumes me.
We repress our rage. It feeds the shadow deep inside us.
I'm done holding back!
Welcome back. We still have a few big awards to hand out, but first, for a limited time only, Prime members in the US can go to amazon.com/thegameawards to get up to 50% off select gaming accessories from brands Turtle Beach, PDP, SteelSeries, and Razer.
Now, please welcome singer-songwriter Khalid.
Music and score in video games isn't just the soundtrack of our journey. It's the racing heartbeat of every battle, the haunting echo of every failure, and the soul of every victory. From soaring orchestral pieces to intimate melodies that break our hearts, the right music makes games unforgettable. Here are the nominees for Best Score and Music.
Best Score and Music.
And the Game Award goes to Final Fantasy.
ありがとうございます。すごい、まだ興奮してます。
Thank you so much, everyone. I'm so excited, I have no words.
まずこのような素敵な賞をいただくことができて、一緒に開発をしてくれた開発メンバーにまずは感謝を伝えたいと思います。
It's truly an honor to receive this award here at the Game Awards. And I'd like to take this moment to express my sincere thanks to our development team that helped create this wonderful game together.
私は今回この TGA に初めて参加させていただいたんですけど、その初めて参加させていただいたこの賞でですね、初めて受賞したことをすごく嬉しく思っています。
This is my very first time attending the Game Awards here today, and I'm so honored and pleased to receive this award.
本日ですね、ゲームファンが待っていたようやくファイナルファンタジー7リバースの PC 版を発表できてすごく嬉しく思います。また、この PC 版を通してですね、このゲームのサウンドをですね、多くの人に伝えられたらと思います。とてもワクワクしています。
And I'm equally pleased today to be able to finally announce the PC version of the game. With this, I am delighted to be able to bring the beautiful music of this game to even more fans around the world.
今日はありがとうございました。Thank you.
Congratulations to Final Fantasy, and now it's time for a tease of what's next from a legendary gaming franchise. Yeah, that's all you get. There will be much more to share about Sonic Racing Cross Worlds in 2025. But I've had the pleasure of playing it, and trust me, it is a ton of fun. Next year, fans will get to experience the Mafia franchise like never before in Mafia: The Old Country, an origin story set in the brutal criminal underworld of 1900 Sicily. Tonight, we have the world's first look at this cinematic narrative action game.
All of the men in this room are bound by blood. This is a family. And in this family, we follow a code of honor. It is not forgiving. To betray one is to betray all. Do you wish to commit yourself, your life, to this family? I do. To become a man of honor, repeat these words. I swear my loyalty to this family. My flesh must burn like this saint. If I do not keep my oath, welcome.
Summer 2025. Now, more winners tonight at the Game Awards. Here are the nominees for Best Independent Game: Animal Well, Balatro, Lorelei and the Laser Eyes, Neva, and UFO 50. And the Game Award goes to Balatro. Congratulations again. Now the nominees for Best Mobile Game: AFK Journey, Balatro, Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket, Wuthering Waves, and Zenless Zone Zero. And the Game Award goes to Balatro. Congratulations again, Local Fun. Here are the nominees for Best Audio Design: Astrobot, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Senua's Saga Hellblade 2, and Silent Hill 2. And the Game Award for Audio Design goes to Senua's Saga Hellblade 2. Congratulations, Ninja Theory. Now the nominees for Player's Voice. It started with 30 down to these 5. Black Myth Wukong, Genshin Impact, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, Wuthering Waves, and Zenless Zone Zero. And the Game Award, 100% by the global community selected this, goes to Black Myth Wukong. Congratulations, Game Science. All right, there's still more Game Awards to go and more game announcements ahead. But right now, here's a look at Infinity Nikki, which has already achieved 20 million downloads, and a look at the new Shooting Star scene for the first time anywhere.
Into this life, falling through the rings of sunshine, explore and fantasize, pick an outfit for this ride, trying out all styles, and don't leave any friendships behind. Add a final touch, snap a photo so adventures can rewind. The world is full of surprise all the time. Make a wish and your dreams will come to life. Soaring high, soaring high.
Everything I've done for my family.
Family and who you're born with is who you die for.
Welcome back. You've seen the trailers, now you get to play the games. Wuthering Waves and Solo Leveling Arise are available on Google Play Games on PC for both Android and iPhone users. The best part, with Google Play Games, you can seamlessly sync your favorite titles across mobile and PC. Check it out and go play.
Please welcome previous Game Awards winner Laura Bailey and Emmy Award winner Aaron Paul.
Wow, oh my God. It is just so awesome to be here at the Game Awards with Laura Bailey, an absolute voice acting legend. Right? I mean, Last of Us, Spider-Man, Critical Role. I'm honored to say that I got to work with you on Dispatch, the game that we're actually announcing tonight.
Yeah, but I haven't actually worked with you. You know, we never recorded at the same time.
No, I know, but you know, technically we never shared the booth, but it is cool if I tell people, our friends out there, that we work together.
Wait, no. Let me get this straight. You are asking if it's okay to tell people you worked with me?
Yeah.
No.
No, this is just a flat no.
Flat no, yeah. Listen, Evan.
That's funny, but that's actually Aaron, not
sure
Evan.
it is,
But yeah.
Look, I get it. You were in like the greatest show of all time, and yeah, everybody loved The Wire. But listen,
Okay.
that's TV.
Right.
And this is video games, okay?
Yeah.
This is art. Plus, I find it kind of strange that we've been backstage the whole time and you're only asking me this now. So.
Well, you told me not to speak to you backstage when I came up to you.
No, I told you not to look at me, okay?
Oh.
Listen,
Wow.
Evan. Acting is listening.
Okay.
We're back
Got
there
it.
all night. You jump on me with this now?
I mean, look, I guess I was just a little starstruck meeting you, you know? Let's be honest.
So I know we're just reading off the prompter, but it still felt really good to hear you say that.
Yeah.
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 What'd I say about looking at me, though?
Sorry. All right, here is the world premiere trailer for the game Laura and I worked on separately
Yay.
together.
You're Mega Man. You're dead, I thought.
Just on the inside. My suit was destroyed.
You have a lot left to give. I would like to make you an offer.
This is SDN. How can we help you?
You want me to sit in an office and dispatch heroes?
In exchange, we can make you Mecha Man again. Washed up dad bod superhero with no superpowers. Can't wait.
Whenever there's a crisis in the area, we get a call, and guess who answers?
Me.
Too easy.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that.
What are you doing, Invisigal?
Is that your car?
I don't have a car.
That's gonna be a weird insurance claim.
You're right at home behind that desk because you're no hero. You're a nerd playing a video game in a suit your daddy built.
You gonna eat those Twinks?
That's not what they're... You know what? Help yourself.
What's your name, little guy?
My name's Beef and I'm naked.
Oh, no, I refuse to believe that's what he sounds like.
That was Dispatch, and now to present our next award, please welcome a Game Award winner from last year. He's a visionary creator, Sam Lake from Remedy.
I was back at the Game Awards. It felt like a loop. I'd lost track of how many times I'd been here, how many awards I'd won. Something kept nagging at me, forcing me to snap out of my reverie. I was here to do a job, hand out the award for Best Narrative. The nominees were each incredible. Frankly, I was so impressed by the storytelling genius, I was overcome by a nasty fit of jealousy. But they would never need to know that. Play it cool. On the stage, I felt an urge to dance. That's what they all wanted. I'd save it for another time. Keep this short. Here are the nominees for Best Narrative.
Best Narrative.
You here to pick a fight?
Why not take us on?
It's upon us. I'm sending you to Hawaii. Someone there who wants to meet you. You ready for this, Kasuga?
This is the way of the real world! Scour! I will show you a world with honor!
The heartbeat of the lost ones. I can feel them on my skin.
Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then why am I looking for her?
And the Game Award goes to Metaphor, ReFantasio.
今日は本当に素敵な素晴らしい賞ありがとうございます。RPG を今まで作ってきて本当に物語こだわって作ってきたのでこの賞いただけて本当に嬉しいと思ってます。関係したスタッフみんなと喜びを分かち合いたいと思いますし、何より遊んでくれたゲームプレイヤーの皆さんに心より感謝を申し上げます。ありがとうございました。
So first of all, I think it's fantastic. I feel so happy and so honored to be up here on stage at this incredible show. I think storytelling is a really important part of games. And I think knowing that we focus on making stories throughout our career, and knowing that we've been honored here in this way today is really honoring. So additionally, I'd like to thank everybody at the studio who has helped make this game. Without their help, we could not have done this. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Hoshino Sojima. That's really amazing. Metaphor ReFantasio. I love these moments where we're able to pass the torch from a previous winner to a brand new honoree. Thanks to Sam Lake as well for coming out for that. All right, well, before we get to Game of the Year, we do have one last very special announcement to share with you. This year, the stars aligned for some very magical things to happen at our anniversary show. Things that might not have ever seemed a possibility. If you truly love video games like I do, this moment is for all of us. Oh my God, what an amazing moment. Together again, Takeuchi-san and Kamiya-san and his new studio that we're also announcing, Clovers. Production is just about to begin on the Okami sequel, and I am beyond honored we could share this very special announcement here at our 10th anniversary celebration. Thank you to Capcom and the Tujimoto family for this anniversary gift. Still to come, Game of the Year, but right now, here's some much-awaited news on the release timing for Crimson Desert from Pearl Abyss.
The continent of Pywell. A land soaked in blood by the battles of those who seek peace and those who seek to shatter it. Here begins the saga of the Greynames.
There are beings who brought chaos to Providence. The rifts they have created will return everything to nothingness. We seek to correct this.
I have my own mission, seeking out my Greymane comrades.
What I can tell you now is that this mission will restore the disrupted Providence.
For those who have died, for those who have survived, and for those who will live on. This is our mission.
The world's best gaming processor, advanced by AMD.
Now is my time. No. Walk up with my tootie, what they do? Me in the alley with the troops. I got red shooters, I got blue. Let that thing down and point at you. Billy or the Rari, hold that you. We gon' ride the bank, bring the loot. We gon' take this boy back to school. Money on a project like a drum.
Oh, Waldorf, you old fool!
What a nightmare I was having. I dreamed we were still at the Game Awards.
We are!
No!
Yep. And even worse, I heard a Final Fantasy game is up for Game of the Year.
Well, my Final Fantasy is for this show to be over.
Yeah, right? And I also heard they nominated DLC for Game of the Year.
That's like giving a Lifetime Achievement Award to pre-order bonuses.
Oh! Oh, hey, look! I think the show's about to get better.
Oh, yeah. Time to watch Keighley make a fool of himself again.
Exactly! I love this show!
More Jeff Keighley!
Yeah, what a moron! Look at him!
Give it! Bring it to us!
Look at him just standing there! What a maroon!
Ah, the Muppets. All right, welcome back to the Game Awards, everyone. Before we present Game of the Year, I just wanted to come out here and reflect on the moments we've shared over the past decade. And tonight, there have been so many incredible announcements. I can't believe the show that we're able to put together, and thanks to all the studios and developers for helping us make it happen. So I just want to say thank you to so many of you here in the person who have believed in me along the way and trusted our team to create this event. And thank you to the fans around the world for taking your time to watch this show every year. Gaming's greatest days are ahead, and I can't even begin to imagine where this industry will be for our 20th anniversary. And we're going to keep working as hard as we can to keep the Game Awards and the game industry growing around the world. Now, because tonight is such a special show, we do have one more thing. One of our industry's most celebrated developers has been hard at work in complete secrecy, building a brand new original world unlike anything they've done before. What you're about to see is captured entirely in the game engine. We're happy to share with you tonight's final world premiere at the 10th anniversary of the Game Awards.
Jordan.
Tell me something good.
Well, you're right, it checks out. He's hiding out around this Imperium moon.
Excellent.
How is that excellent? He's next to fucking Simperia. No one has left that planet in over 600 years. Anyone who even flies close to it is never heard from again.
Superstitions.
No. Superstitions are the crazy rumors about what happened on that planet. These are facts.
You worry too much.
You know what I worry just the right amount. I say we wait for him to leave, or how about we find a new lead? He's not worth it. I'm wasting my time, aren't I?
Can you please claim him? I don't need another hunter swooping in.
Who is swooping? No one is crazy enough to go there.
He clearly is.
He is clearly desperate.
And so am I, so claim him, or I will find another agent.
Anyone else with all your fucking shit? Okay, alright, you know what? There, you're the boss.
Thank you.
Listen, kid. I'll see you on the other side.
There you have it. That was Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet, a brand new franchise from Naughty Dog and PlayStation, directed by Neil Druckmann and starring Tati Gabrielle as Jordan Munn. I'm also happy to share that the trailer you just saw and the full game will feature a new original score from Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross. The game has been in development since 2020, and we can't wait to learn more. Thanks to Naughty Dog and PlayStation for that special announcement. And now to present the biggest honor of the night. Over the past decade, 10 distinguished titles have been recognized as Game of the Year. Please welcome last year's winner from Larian, Sven Vinka.
I realize you guys have been sitting here for over 3 hours, but I still have some time credits from last year to cash in. So it turns out that not only will I be the one who will know as first which game wins tonight, but I actually also know which game is going to win next year, the year after, and the year after. Now, how do I know this? Well, an oracle told me. She said, change is coming. It's a modern oracle, so they made me sign an NDA, but I trust all of you. I know you can keep a secret. You will never leak it. The Oracle told me that the Game of the Year 2025 was going to be made by a studio who found the formula to make it up here on stage. It's stupidly simple, but somehow it keeps on getting lost. Studio made their game because they wanted to make a game that they wanted to play themselves. They created it because it hadn't been created before. They didn't make it to increase market share. They didn't make it to serve as a brand. They didn't have to meet arbitrary sales targets or fear being laid off if they didn't meet those targets. And furthermore, the people in charge forbade them from cramming the game with anything whose only purpose was to increase revenue and didn't serve the game design. They didn't treat their developers like numbers on a spreadsheet. They didn't treat their players as users to exploit. And they didn't make decisions they knew were short-sighted and function of a bonus or politics. They knew that if you put the game and the team first, the revenue will follow. They were driven by idealism and wanted players to have fun. And they realized that if the developers didn't have fun, nobody was going to have any fun. They understood the value of respect, that if they treated their developers and players well, those same developers and players would forgive them when things didn't go as planned. But above all, they cared about their game because they loved games. It's really that simple, said the Oracle. Winning Game of the Year turned out to be a life-changing event for us. It was an amazing thing. To those who will win Game of the Year 2024, you have no idea what's waiting for you. It's an incredible honor, and you're in for a heck of a ride. Now remember, should you be told to wrap it up for tonight, you can always come back next year and chat for 3 minutes, okay? So, now, to pay tribute to the nominee And the game of the year is Astrobot.
Wow. Nothing can prepare you for that. Thank you so much. I'm thinking once again to all the Asobis back in Japan, all 65 of them right now, they're crying. So please, a round of applause for them. Thank you. It's you guys as well. When I thought about, why this game, give people joy and smiles on their faces, I think it came down to the people every day making the game and doing exactly that. I think, when I think of the team, it's the amount of generosity they gave. They put the user first always, never thought about any calculation. It was just about the kids, especially, because we had this huge, huge privilege to be potentially the first game to be in the hands of children, and we know what it means very much. So Team Asobi, really, from the bottom of our heart, well done and thank you so much. Now, thank you. I have to thank a few more people because a lot of people contributed to this game, of course, in SAE and PlayStation or Family. Herman, who give the studio a chance, and Scott Roddy, who really believed in Astro even before we did. Ken Chan on marketing, and many, many other people that I'm not mentioning. Astrobot is full of 30 years of PlayStation history, and actually a lot of people in this room tonight gave their characters, their IP, without asking anything in return, just because they cared about celebrating 30 years. So to them as well, from the bottom of our heart, thank you so much. And then last and not least, and you want to stay for this one because I didn't plan to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. Platformers, PlayStation 30 years, and we made a platformer, which is great. It's very nostalgic and fresh at the same time, but let's not forget that even before PlayStation, there were people making platformers. I remember I was a kid in 1989, Christmas, and I got a gray box. There was a game packed in. It was called Super Mario Brothers, and it was really, really great. So we are in Japan, we're in Tokyo, they are in Kyoto, but I want to pay tribute to the company who really put platformers and showed us innovation and quality consistently and inspired us to actually make the game that we made. So that's also, and I've managed not to mention them, have you noticed? But you all know who they are, and many other companies that have been inspired over the years, so that's really, really important. And we want to pay tribute to them tonight. So from the bottom of our heart, thank you so much. It's amazing, and we'll see you again. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Astrobot, and that is going to do it for our 10th anniversary of the Game Awards. More than anything, I hope tonight made you believe the future of our medium is brighter and greater than ever. Congratulations to the winners, and thanks to all the incredible teams around the world who shared their upcoming work with us today. Putting together this show has been so special to our team, personally and professionally. Thanks to all of you for showing up and believing in me and the Game Awards. We'll see you back here at the Peacock Theater for the Game Awards 2025, our 12th show live on Thursday, December 11th, 2025. Thank you, happy holidays, and have a good night.